Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Scott Hazelton, Caton Bradar with you for this Fall Stars Saturday and bringing out some of the brightest and biggest stars in the sport of thoroughbred horse racing. We have a 5-pack of stakes races, more than a couple Grade 1s, 3 to be exact. The Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare, and the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile with some international flavor mixed in with those 2 turf races. So it's got a bit of everything. And yesterday we had, I think it was an average of about a $12 payoff on the win side of things over the course of the 10 races.
You know, on the one hand, it was really formful racing, and on the other hand, you had enough surprises that kind of elevated the average price, and even the favorites were not that low. So great racing yesterday, and definitely more of the same today. This is one of my favorite days of the year as far as the stakes action is concerned. And I have to say, Mother Nature's cooperated.
Yeah, fall is here. Woke up this morning, it was about 47 degrees. It's going to get up to about the low 60s. We'll check in with WKYT for the latest on the weather in just a bit. But it is a cool day, but it feels phenomenal out here as the sun is shining behind us here at Keeneland Racecourse in Lexington, Kentucky. So 5 stakes races today, 5 graded stakes races. Looking forward to that. And here's a look at that lineup. The Grade 2 Woodford, presented by FanDuel. The Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America is race number 7. Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. The Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, race number 9 for the 2-year-old colts. And then the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile with Master of the Seas for Godolphin, that international invader, going to be one of the favorites there, along with Up to the Mark and Annapolis, who is a Maker's Mark Mile Grade 1 winner right here at Keeneland.
You know, all those races today are Breeders' Cup implication type races. You're going to see horses that use that as a stepping stone to Santa Anita, but the same was true yesterday.
Yes. And let's take a look back at yesterday, starting with race number 5. How about Bling finishing with a flurry in the G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Silks? Vicky Oliver, the conditioner, she said this was a prep for the Valley View later on this meet. That's a scary proposition for the Keeneland grad.
You know, perfectly timed move and a big day for Johnny Velasquez as he guides Hoist the Gold, probably one of our bigger prices or surprises of the day. But that's a real horse for course angle. Always brings his A game. The Dallas Stewart team was extremely excited. He punched his ticket to Santa Anita. And
just goes to show you that's why you stay for those later sessions at Keeneland. As you saw him passing through the sales ring, the Jessamine presented by Keeneland November, Buku was phenomenal. Martin Garcia, Rigney Racing homebred, Philip Bauer, quite a scene in the winner's circle on the turf course. And then Candide, in start 2 of her career, picks up a Grade 1 victory in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners.
Another Keeneland sales graduate who had really high hopes invested and delivered on those, and she still looks as if she's got more where that came from, because she's still racing greenly, not switching leads, and getting the job done impressively.
Can Awesome Road follow suit today? He's kind of that same cut. We'll talk more about that in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, but we promised the latest on the weather. Here it is, and here is WKYT.
Well, we're looking at our Keeneland Saturday forecast as we're going to see a calm day for your meet. We'll see conditions slowly warm up by the 3 o'clock hour, getting up towards the low 60s. But again, it's going to be really calm conditions. You might see that sun peak out more towards the 5 o'clock hour, but you'll definitely need a light jacket. Good luck, everyone out there.
And don't forget to visit the Keeneland gift shop, because they've got everything you need, whether it's warm, chilly, rainy, snowing, you need gloves, anything. It's the Keeneland gift shop, the best gift shop in all of sports. I promise you that. Let's take a look at our full card selections for the day. Make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app to stay current for everything Keeneland each and every day. And once again, we've got races 8 and 9 where we agree on the front end, and race number 4.
Yeah, we start together and then we diverge. It worked out okay for us yesterday, though. I think the ones that we were completely different, you had or I had, the ones that we agreed were not necessarily the smartest way to go. But today we could change course.
We're looking forward to it. Take advantage of those full card picks and download the Keeneland Race Day app right now. Speaking of downloading, social media on X at Keeneland Racing, for Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland is our handle, and then FanDuel TV, give them a follow on X as well. And download the FanDuel TV Plus app. You can catch all of the great coverage for Keeneland each and every day on FanDuel TV. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app right now. It's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. Let's dive into The first Grade 1 we'll take a look at, first of 3. It's race number 10 late in the card. $1 million on the line. It's the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile and Master of the Seas, the 2-1 morning line favorite. There are few Group 1 Grade 1 races that Godolphin hasn't won in the world, Caton, especially on turf. But this is one of them, and they're looking to change course with that history here today and make new history with Master of the Seas.
Well, it's not the easiest spot in the world to do it, for sure. But I had opportunity to see Master of the Seas, and I was impressed. I think this is a horse who is just getting good at the right time.
We'll talk more about him in a moment. I go to Up to the Mark as my top selection. This is the best older turf horse as far as American-based, in my opinion. Son of Not This Time. He's a Keeneland sales graduate, and he has picked up back-to-back Grade 1 wins at longer distances. We're going to show you his most recent win in the Manhattan at Belmont Park at the beginning of June, where he's going to dash away and win by 2 3/4 of a length. But since moving him over to the grass, he has been a much better horse. Now, at the mile distance, the last time he won a mile, it was in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark. Chez Pierre sprung the upset that day. Modern Games, that phenomenal, now retired Godolphin runner that we've seen a couple of times here in the United States in Grade 1 races, was the horse that he was just behind by a neck. And Connections admitted that they were worried more about Modern Games and keeping an eye on him and staying with him and Modern Games didn't come with his best. He got caught behind a slow pace. That's what happened. I think they learned from that experience, and I think that they run this race and approach this race not worrying about Master of the Seas or anybody else in here, but put him in the best possible position to win. And I think it's a different story today for St. Elias Stable and Rapoli Stable. So give me Up to the Mark on top. Annapolis, a Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland as well, won the turf mile going back to last year, I should say. Won this race last fall, and his other Keeneland run was in the Breeders' Cup Mile, that follow-up here at Keeneland Racecourse. But he's got some questions to ask against the quality that he's facing today. He's been beaten by Casa Creed, who's the best turf mile in New York, the old veteran for Bill Mott. And then as far as Master of the Seas, keep in mind James Doyle's riding here. And William Buick, he's the first call rider for Godolphin. He has first option. It's up to him where he goes. He's in New York to ride in the rescheduled Grade 1 there on Rebels Romance, and his half-brother in the 3-year-old graded stakes race as well. So he opts to go to New York, and James Doyle certainly is the beneficiary of this. James is a phenomenal rider. I'm not worried about that, but that's one thing you've got to keep in mind, and I think this is a stiffer group than what he saw in the Woodbine Mile.
Well, it's a paid vacation for him to visit his family well here as Sophie Doyle. I know his mother's made the trip as well. So Master of the Seas, though, has teamed up with James Doyle in the past with success, and I think that is an important component of this, not to mention the fact that he is, as you say, a world-class rider. I went to Master of the Seas on top, though I respect Up to the Mark. Master of the Seas impressed me. Maybe you're biased by the horses you get to watch in person, but though I believe this field was maybe a cut below what he's facing in here today at Keeneland, the way he did it was so professional and so pronounced. When he finally made his move, and it really wasn't until deep in the stretch that William Buick actually let him run, he just tore away from the field. It was just a matter of tactics and timing, but he was absolutely clearly the best horse at every stage of that race, and I think he can take that type of an effort at the mile distance today and catapult it toward another big effort. Master of the Seas, to me, has developed into a really, really strong contender. After him, I agree with you about Up to the Mark, but Annapolis, also for Todd Pletcher, is another horse that I think is sneaky in here. He's a little inconsistent, but on his best day, particularly at the mile distance, I think you have to respect him. He was the beaten favorite in the 4-star Dave, but again, that was to Casa Creed, and I think Casa Creed is kind of the gold standard. Did not care for the Kentucky down surface a lick. I didn't feel he at all put forth his best effort, and that said, at one point with a middle move, he looked as if he had a shot to win and then just kind of flattened out toward the end. So totally different ballgame here back at Keeneland. Of course, he's won over.
And then you've got a Grade 1 Arlington Million winner in the mix as well. Set Piece, the old veteran, the Dan Seeley 7-year-old for Juddmonte. Make that Tyler Gaffleone. He picks up the mount on Set Piece, the number 4 runner in today's Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. For more on this race and the potential pace setter in this race, let's go to Tom Leach.
Greg Foley is going to saddle Stitched in the Coolmore Mile. First, tell me why you picked this spot out for him. Well, we're coming off a good race. We ran off a good race over Kentucky Downs going to mile. And prior race to that, he won the Churchill Downs grade 2 over at Ellis. So, he's doing well. It looked like the next legit spot. So I'm taking a shot at it.
He really just kind of woke up in that race down at Ellis at a big price that day. What turned the light bulb on for him?
This has always been a nice horse. He had a nice year last year. He come up with a little problem. We took care of that over the winter, and it took him a race or two to kind of get back in the swing of things. But he's been a nice horse from the get go, though.
What about distance and also the type of turf? Any of that a concern?
I think the mile is what he wants. Perfect distance. He's run over the soft turf very well. So if we got a little rain or something, be fine. And over at Kentucky Downs, ran a big race there. Over, it was firm that day for sure. So it doesn't matter as far as what kind of surface we get.
So keep an eye on Stitch to the Coolmore Mile.
He'll be a price, but when he won the Grade 2 Wise, Dan, as Greg was referencing at Ellis Park, that Churchill race moved over to Ellis Park. He was 46-1, and that was the day that Flavien Prat picked him up as a late mount and was able to shock the world that day.
And I think in his last race, he was able to take advantage of the way the Kentucky Downs turf course was playing, which was very kind to horses who had his early speed. It was still a huge effort, and you wonder if he can come back with another huge effort against an equally tough, if not tougher field.
Let's go to the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, race number 9 on the card. Mile and a 16th, first wire finish for these 2-year-olds. Locked, the 7-5 morning line favorite. I think another situation where wouldn't be shocked if Awesome Road ends up going as favorite in this race. But Locked was very impressive in his most recent start. The Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners looking to sweep these Grade 1s over the course of the weekend after winning with Candid yesterday in the Darley Alcibiades. But I'm going to go to the number 3 horse, Awesome Road, a quality road colt who dashed away from him going 6 furlongs at Ellis Park at the end of August. And he beats a horse named Stronghold in doing so, who would come out of this race, and they're 10 lengths clear of this group. The first and second place finisher, Awesome Road and Stronghold, 10 lengths clear. Stronghold would win, 6 days ago on the 1st of October closing weekend at Churchill Downs, and obviously flatter this horse. But here's a colt like Candide with that pedigree to get better the further he goes. He's by Quality Road. He's got an AP Indy first dam in Orate, bred by Claiborne Farm, a Keeneland graduate, $600,000. We'll get to that in a moment. Donegal Racing, Albaugh Family Stables, Brad Cox, Flavien Prat, who's going to ride him for the first time today. Last year, Loggins nearly did exactly what they're trying to do. He almost beat Forte off of a maiden win right into the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. So that same path being taken by Awesome Road, and who knows how good this colt can be. I've got him on top. Locked speaks for himself. The way that he won going a mile at Saratoga, that's one of the advantages that he has, is the 2-turn distance edge. And then the one horse, the Wine Steward. First time going long, he's by Vino Rosso, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, champion older male. First time going long, he's a 2-time stakes winner. But he, to me, looks a little bit like Brightwork yesterday, and Brightwork, a Grade 1 winner. So let's all keep it in perspective. But he's got some big questions to ask against the horses that I mentioned in front of him in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity.
Sometimes in these races, less is more as far as experience going into the race. This is the time you see the 2-year-olds start to blossom. And so you have proven horses who have already been a little bit more battle-tested, and yet the more lightly raced horses just jump up and rise to the occasion. I actually agree with you on every count. We are cold 3-9-1 exact or trifecta here, because Awesome Road is going to have to carry the weight of both of us. You mentioned the sale price. $600,000 means that you've got the pedigree, you've got the looks, you've got the whole package. And that was certainly true when he went through the sales ring. When you watched his performance last out, it reflected that. The thing I think he also has going for him, besides the pedigree and potential to stretch out, is the fact that he's pretty mature. For a one-start type of horse, he's mature physically, but he's also mature mentally. When you watch that race and when you watched him prior to the race, in terms of his training, in terms of how he acts around the barn, he just seems like a very professional horse. And those are the types of horses that take things in stride. Mm-hmm. So though he's trying a new distance, new group of horses, and traveling here to Keeneland, I don't think it's going to bother him, and I think you're going to see the same performance.
Let's go back to race number 8. The first of these grade ones on the card as far as chronologically speaking. Race number 8, 4:43 post time for the grade 1 First Lady Stakes presented by UK Healthcare in Italian. She's back here to Keeneland, and she is a phenomenal mare for Peter Brandt and Chad Brown, daughter of Dubawi. She always shows up here at Keeneland. She nearly won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf with that speed, but she got collared by Tuesday, that wonderful Coolmore filly. And last time out, she got collared by White Beam going 1 1/8, who's in here for Chad Brown as well. This is a tough race.
He also has Gina Romantica. So
exactly.
Three-ply approach here in the First Lady. And this is another race where I think you and I are in agreement here, at least so far as top selections are concerned.
This is almost an unfair proposition because I like all of them, right? They're all very good. Gina Romantica, Jumbly, White Beam, in Italian. But I'm going to in Italian for one reason. The 8 furlong 1 mile distance is the difference maker because in the Diana, when White Beam was able to reel her in, she had an extra 1/8 of a mile to do so. And in Italian, her weapon is speed. She has deadly 1 mile speed, and she is going to use it today on this firm ground. So if this race was a mile, in Italian wins. Obviously, 1 1/8, White Beam gets right to her. So how Flavien Prat's going to approach this, he's going to have to be more into the race and maybe put this filly out of her comfort zone as far as that speed early on, or he's going to be further back, one of the two things. And then for Jumbly, the number 4 horse, this is a filly for Joseph O'Brien and Doreen Tabor, who was third in the Ballston Spa behind Evie Jets, another strong contender in here. But her last race in the Coolmore America Justified Matron Stakes, that Group 1 at Leopardstown at the beginning of September, Tahira, 4-time Grade 1 winner, beat her. Rogue Millennium was second. She's a Royal Ascot winner. That is tough company. If Tahira was here in any race in North America, she'd be a 3-5 favorite in my opinion. You've got to respect the company that she comes out of in Leopardstown, and obviously she's a filly that's shown that she can run here well at in America.
I agree 100%. In Italian is the horse they're going to have to catch. The only horse that can put pressure on her early is on the outside. That's the 6. This name is okay. She has good early speed, but I don't think she has the class to run within Italian. And those who have tried and aren't up to the task have faltered and failed. This is a look at the Jenny Wiley, where you see how potent that turn of foot can be. I mean, she just literally runs everybody off their feet. And if they try to run with her, they don't have anything left for the fight at the end, whereas she doubles down. You can almost see her hunker down, ears pinned. It's as if she loves the idea that she's making them try to run with her. So for me, she is the horse to beat, barring anything unforeseen at the start. Her stablemate, White Beam, I have a lot of respect for. I'm putting her in the second spot, though. If she turns the tables, to me, it's just a matter of White Beam getting better at the right time and improving with every start. And the 4 Jumbly, I agree with you. First time in the United States, the one thing I've noticed across the continent is that the European horses have to be respected. They're sort of in a league of their own. Oftentimes we can see second and third string horses from top stables come over and still win pretty easily. So for me, Jumbly, especially with John Velasquez off his 3 wins yesterday, picking up the mount here for a top trainer, Joseph O'Brien, means that that one has to be in the mix.
And Johnny rode her in New York in her only other start in the United States, so he's familiar with this filly. And she'll be back. She'll be back. She's going to hope for as quick of a pace as they can put on in Italian. I mean, that to me, that's so much of this race is the first 2 fractions that click off, opening quarter, opening half, and what in Italian can do with that, or if somebody can press her along and maybe soften her up. Let's go to race number 7. It's the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America, the TCA. These are female sprinters in race number 7, Grade 2 company, and some phenomenal sprinters at that. Yagiri is the morning line favorite at 2-1. Wicked Halo, second choice. Wicked Halo is a wonderful filly. She won the Lexus Raven Run last year at this time, at the end of the fall meet, as a 3-year-old, came back, finished third in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint behind Goodnight Olive, the champion female sprinter. She's had a good year. She was Grade 1 placed in the Derby City Distaff, the Bed of Roses, Grade 2. But this race, to me, was a confusing one for her because She just didn't come with it. She's the gray filly, almost white filly, and she ends up beating 8 3/4 lengths. Now, Yagiri gets this victory very nicely. This doesn't tell the whole story, though, because she bobbled at the gate, but I've never seen a horse bobble and recover as quickly as she did when she left the starting gate. She was right into it and recovered and went on with it and was able to win this race nicely. I'm going to ride the wave that she's on right now. She ran in the Madison Grade 1 back in April of this year, and she set the pace, beaten 17 lengths in the end. But if she is better, which I think we have to assume that she is, with the way that she ran at Churchill, and forgive her for the synthetic try, some like it, some don't, some can be crossover horses, but this filly I don't think is, she'll be the one to beat in here. Wicked Halo, she's too good of a filly to ignore. You've got to respect her. I don't think you can leave her off of any ticket if you're playing the pick 6 or whatever it may be, pick 3s, pick 4s. So I've got 6-1 and then the number 5 horse, Happy Soul, for Wesley Ward. Blinkers go back on. When Wesley Ward puts blinkers back on a horse that have worn him in the past, and it's been a while since she's had him, 30% win clip. She's got to step up, though, to get to Yagiri and Wicked Halo's level.
Well, Yugiri for me is all in, and the key has been that she has actually relaxed a little bit with age. In the beginning, she was a horse that you really had to manage pre-race as well as harness her speed. And of course, trying to get her to the Kentucky Oaks was a good thing because she was able to win in graded stakes company around 2 turns, but a bad thing because it was always a question whether that was what she really wanted to do. Now she's in a comfort zone. She's able to relax on the lead, but she proved in that last race that even if she doesn't make the lead, she potentially can come from off of it. So she's a top pick for me. I also used Happy Soul. Static Fire is the sleeper because she has a little bit of tactical speed. If she can relax a little, or if Yugiri doesn't get away from the gate well, she could take advantage.
Race number 6, it's the Grade 2 Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel. 5.5 furlongs the distance. This race also starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. What a good one that is. Races 6, 8, and 10. It's an all-stakes $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 today. Live in the Dream is the morning line favorite coming over from Europe. As far as England and France, recent winner of the Nunthorpe Stakes, that's a Grade 1, Group 1, and did so at 28-1. Adam West has said the horse can run on fast, good, soft, synthetic, whatever it is. But the one worry that I have with Live in the Dream is that the sprint division over in Europe has been very inconsistent. We've seen upsets like this gelding was able to pull off. And also, the most consistent aspect of the sprint division has been Highfield Princess, the veteran mare that this horse was able to beat. So I think that this one is a tough one as far as backing here today.
I have to go with her. I'm following that European train, and wherever it takes me, in this case, that ability to handle a variety of surfaces in 6-for-12 slate is consistent enough to put him at the top of the class. I do respect Bad Beat Brian on the rail.
Love him.
He's my main concern, to be honest. But he's 0-for-4 at Keeneland. And this race in particular, the turf sprint last out, was a heartbreaker. I'm hoping that this wasn't a little too much to come back then against tough horses, but he always seems to show up. He can go to the lead. He can sit off the pace. Chris Amy rides for Brittany Vandenberg, his wife. It's just a wonderful story from a lesser-known stable and the great work that they've done with Bad Beat Brian. So he is definitely the horse that I'm most concerned about and would definitely use him on top as well as the 2. And then the 9, Coffee Maker, is kind of a sleeper in the field. We might get a good price based on what we saw yesterday. And in terms of the fact that she's a little untested. She is facing boys here. She's moving up, but she's 4-for-9 lifetime, and she's showed some brilliance.
There's a corrected weight with Coffee Maker, by the way. She gets a 3-pound weight break as she's taking on the boys, so 117 pounds of Coffee Maker. And Luis Saez and his agent, Keir McLaughlin, they opt for this filly here today. They had plenty of options when it came to the Woodford presented by FanDuel. Let's go to our Clocker report for this Saturday, and race number 6, that race in which we just covered, the Woodford presented by FanDuel. Clockers like the way the Euro is been training here. Live in the Dream. Sharp over the course, finish strong. Group 1 winner in Europe. Could get a perfect setup. 101 and 4. The clocking for the work just 4 days ago. And then Miyagi in the 11th and final. That is a 2-year-old event. Race number 11 today. 5 furlongs and 59 flat from the gate. Very strong training schedule. Impressive here from the gate. Gets top-notch rider. Barn knows how to win first time out. 16%. So the 2 in race number 6, the 5 in race number 11. That's the Wayne Catalano trainee for Susan Moulton, who's worked 46-2 in his most recent work, the follow-up to the work that we're showing you there. So Clocker report, we're going to attack this late pick four, all stakes pick four. There are back-to-back pick fours today. Race 7-1 begins. That's the all stakes pick four. And then race number 8 is the late pick four. But we're taking a swing at the big one starting in race number 7.
Yeah, this one is a race where you want a little bit of coverage, but we just went with the horses that we pretty much agreed on, the 1 Wicked Halo and the 5, and then throwing in the 6. Ugiri, absolutely our top pick, I think, for both of us. And then the same was true. The 8th race was a little bit easier to boil down, as we talked about the Chad Brown runner in Italian being the top pick, but using the other Chad Brown White Beam and the 4 Jumbly, who both of us agree is a big threat in there. Then 3-9 in the 9th race, which that was the hardest to me to narrow down. At the same time, it just seemed like we both kind of liked Awesome Road very strongly. Maybe if you were going to single there, that would be the place to potentially single. That's a little dangerous proposition, isn't it? When you're talking about 2-year-old fillies and or 2-year-olds in general, I should say. And the last leg we spread the most, using, and I think that's the race that we had the differing opinion the most on. My top pick, Master of the Sea, as well as Set Piece, just for security, in case you can get up at this distance, and the others Up to the Mark and Annapolis.
Not only is there the all-stakes pick 4, there's also an all-stakes pick 5, which starts in race number 6. So if you're a pick 4, pick 5 player, this is your day. There are a lot of options, and especially surrounding those stakes races, make sure you review the wagering options in your program. You have any questions, the tellers and the betologists are here for you if you need any help. Let's go to Tom Leach, though, for his Saturday long shot play of the day.
Our long shot play comes in the Grade 2 Woodford Turf Sprint, and I like Coffee Maker, 12-1 on the morning line. I don't know if we'll get that for a Wesley Ward trainee, but if we get anywhere close to that, this horse I think is a good play. Last time out, a 97 buyer figure in that win at Saratoga. This horse is still just a 4-year-old, so I think there's plenty of upside left, and it looked like that last race was a real breakout performance. Luis Saez rode him that day. Saez back from injury and in the saddle this weekend at Keeneland, and he's aboard Coffee Maker. He's our long shot play for the Saturday card.
Thank you, Tom. I wish we had more time, but we got to go. We had so much to talk about. We'll have plenty more to say over the course of the race card. Enjoy this big Saturday at Keeneland.
Perfect day. There is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Then beautiful, truly stunning.
Still coming, California Run! Steals the show!
To the Breeders' Cup World Championship.
Toyota began a revolution over 20 years ago with this iconic name, the Prius. A revolution that saved 139 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions, leading the way toward carbon neutrality as part of Toyota's Beyond Zero vision. With more electrified choices, including hybrid versions of the best-selling Camry and RAV4, and the new battery electric BZ4X. Toyota is electrified, diversified, and we're always looking to make a positive impact on the planet and society. Toyota, let's go places.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Kentucky country music recording artist Sydney Adams to the paddock. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, their bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Barbara Cox with concessions as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Barbara.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. A check of the changes in just a moment. First, a review of the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. Main track is listed fast, and the turf course is firm. Inner rail at its innermost point today, full width of the turf course, and again, the turf is firm. First race starts the first of the rolling doubles and pick threes. It's also where the early pick five begins. In the opener today, scratch the 2 Gunner Bay and scratch the 7 Power Alley. Again, scratch the 2 Gunner Bay and scratch the 7 Power Alley. Also, please note that number 8, Fan the Fire, contrary to the program, is a gelding. First time reported gelding, number 8, Fan the Fire. Race 2, start of the early pick 4. Scratch the 12, Perfect Prankster. Scratch the 14, Atomic. And scratch 15, Higginsville. Again, scratch the 12, Perfect Prankster. Scratch 14, Atomic. And scratch 15, Higginsville. Please note, number 13, Bergen, will run. Number 13, Bergen, draws into the race. Third race has no changes at this time. Fourth race, scratch the 10, Beechnut Trophy. Scratch the 12, Lily Lane. And scratch the 14, Morg's World. Again, that's in the fourth race. Scratch the 10, Beechnut Trophy. Scratch the 12, Lily Lane. And scratch the 14, Morg's World. Please note, number 13, I'm So Sorry, will run. Number 13, I'm So Sorry, draws into the race. Change of jockey, Jose Ortiz. Jose Ortiz rides number 13. Race 5, start of the pick 6, no carryover, and no changes in race 5. Sixth race, the Grade 2 Woodford, presented by FanDuel. That is where the late pick 5 begins. It's also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. In that sixth race, corrected weight for number 9, Coffee Maker, 117 pounds. Number 9, Coffee Maker, will carry 117 pounds. Seventh race, the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America. That is where the All-Stakes Pick 4 gets underway. It's also the first leg of that Keeneland Santa Anita Breeders' Cup Challenge Pick 6. There are no changes in race 7. Eighth race, the Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Start of the late pick 4. No changes in race 8. Ninth race, Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, scratch number 2, Timberlake. That's in the ninth race, scratch number 2, Timberlake. 10th race, Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. Jockey for number 4, Set Piece, has been changed. It'll be Tyler Gaffalione. That's the 10th race, number 4, Set Piece, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. 11th and final race, no carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 12, Corso's Pick. Scratch the 14, Agoo. Scratch the 15, Tap Anchor. That's in the 11th race. Scratch the 12, Corso's Pick. Scratch 14, Agoo. And scratch 15, Tap Anchor. Please note, number 13, Gold Brick, will run. Number 13, Gold Brick, draws into the race. One final note on race 11. There's a jockey change on number 11, Latta. That will be Brian Hernandez Jr. Race 11, number 11, Latta, the jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Caton Bradar.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker. Happy Saturday to you, Kurt. Happy Fall Stars Saturday to you, Kurt, as well as all of you joining us here on course at Keeneland Racecourse and from around the world. It is a massive day. The weather's beautiful. It's cooler. It certainly feels like fall, but the racing is going to be phenomenal over the course of this 11-race card.
I think we finally hit the true Fall Stars weekend because we have all of it. And a lot of Breeders' Cup implications on the line in each of our Grade 1s. In fact, all of our graded stakes races could have something to say in just a few weeks' time in Southern California.
5 graded stakes races, 3 Grade 1s. Let's take a quick look at those fields for the Grade 1, starting in race number 8 with the Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare in Italian. She seems always to be at her best when she shows up here at Keeneland. She'll be tough to catch with that speed that she has going a mile.
But it's always the question, which Chad Brown, right? He's got in Italian, White Beam, and Gina Romantica. White Beam is getting good for sure. And of course, you can't disrespect the European invader. New Year's Eve, though the Jumbly, that is, the 4, with Johnny Velasquez, 3 wins yesterday, and seems well mounted here on a horse who has reason to improve.
Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. This is a phenomenal race. Yesterday we had Candide the filly take the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades and start 2 of her career. Can Awesome Road follow suit in that, or Locked with the 2-race experience that he comes in and the dominant performance that we saw from him going a mile at Saratoga? Is that going to be enough?
You know, Awesome Road was awesome in his debut. Brad Cox had 2 entered here, Timberlake as well as Awesome Road, opted to just run the 1. He tried that yesterday. It didn't work out the way they hoped, but everything seems to point to Awesome Road running a huge performance today. You can make a case for several others in here to take steps forward, but definitely Awesome Road looks the real deal.
And then the Grade 1 $1 million Coolmore Turf Mile. Master of the Seas off of an impressive performance in the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile, the morning line favorite for Charlie Appleby, James Doyle, and the Godolphin operation arriving here to Keeneland, but they'll have their hands full with the likes of Annapolis and Up to the Mark.
Yeah, a 1-2 punch for Todd Pletcher is hard to look past, but Master of the Seas, looking for his 3rd consecutive win, was very impressive north of the border at Woodbine, and James Doyle in for the assignment, knows the horse well. Also keep an eye on Set Piece off of his Grade 1 win in the Arlington Million. Might be a short distance for him at the mile, but he seems to be on top of his game.
Those are the Grade 1s. Also the Grade 2 Woodford presented by FanDuel, the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America. Those are races 6 and 7. All stakes pick 4s. All stakes pick 5 as well today. Late pick 4, late pick 5. It's a great day to be at Keeneland as we're 18 minutes away from race number 1. In the paddock for race number 1, looking at the number 6 horse, A La Carte for Speedway Stables and trainer Bill Mott. This is my top play. Takes a drop down in class out of Allowance Company. First time in for the claiming price. I think really will wake him up, Caton. Last time out, beaten by Durante, a horse that rattled off 4 wins in a row. And then prior to that, Accreditive, that race 2 starts back. He was recently second to Cody's Wish in the Grade 1 Vosburg. So this is going to be a much easier group for the number 6 horse A La Carte to face here today.
I agree with you. I didn't put him on top, but I definitely used him in the 2nd spot with that drop in class substantial here. And he also has the ability to kind of put himself in the race. I don't know where the speed's going to come from outside the inside, but that said, I think he can be well positioned. I went to the 6, that's A La Carte. The 1, Master of Arms on top off the layoff for Ron Moquette. Just thought maybe he could get the jump on the competition from the rail. As I mentioned, not a lot of speed in here. Obviously, Penny's Prospect right to his outside could probably try to press, but I thought that maybe Master of Arms was the fastest of the group.
The number 5 horse Debate for Claiborne Farm, Adele Dilschneider, Tom Drury Jr., a horse that just spoke to Tom Drury a few moments ago. He just likes to get into a good rhythm, and I think that he's going to be off the pace with Joel Rosario. For me, it's between him and the Mott runner, and then obviously you've got the pace setter down on the inside, in which they'll be trying to catch. But you've got to respect Debate moving down in class once again in for 40,000 here today, non-1 to 2 company.
You know, I'm just wondering if 6.5 furlongs is a little short for him, but I definitely used him to round out my top 3. I love how Tommy Drury brings his horses in very deliberately, and I feel like this one is sitting on a best effort yet. I know that you like the 3 Pennies Prospect a little bit as well.
Yeah, for Phil Sims, coming off of a really nice Churchill Downs meet, is trainer Phil Sims, won several in the closing week and a half. But this is a horse that's got some speed. He comes in for Horseshoe Indianapolis. I question whether 6.5 furlongs may be a touch too far for him. That's the question that he has to answer here today. But he should be right there with the number 1 horse, Master of Arms. I would expect the 1 and 3 to hook up, leaving the starting gate, provided clean breaks. But race number 1, looking forward to it at the top of the hour, does start the first of many Pick 5 opportunities here today on this big Saturday at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Claiming race, 3-year-olds at up a price of $40,000, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 2, Gunner Bay. Also scratch the 7, Power Alley. A reminder, number 8, Fan the Fire, first time reported gelding, contrary to the program. Double, pick 3, early pick 5 wagering. Main track is fast, the turf is firm. Post time at 8 minutes.
There's a good look at the number 5 horse Debate for Claiborne Farm and Adil Dilschneider, a homebred for those connections as well. And he looks phenomenal. Great body language, well turned out here by Tom Drury Jr.
Yeah, doesn't he look sharp? And a little bit of a chip off the old block because his sire Flatter was an unbelievably looking individual too. He looks an awful lot like him at this moment. Head bowed, warming up strongly. Second start off the layoff, hard to look past him when he looks this good.
The 6, A La Carte, who is the current favorite at odds of 9-5 coming out of those much tougher events. You can see him with the pony. He looked phenomenal, too, when he came out in the Speedway Stables Silks.
Yeah, a little bit different type of body on A La Carte. He's kind of a racier, leggier, lankier type, but boy, he also looked super. And that class drop is pretty substantial. I think arguably he's competed against the toughest horses of anybody in this field.
And the 3-horse Penny's Prospect for Fortune Stables. The chestnut son of Congrats, bred by Fortune Racing, looking to keep the streak that he's involved in as far as top 3 finishes, 2 seconds and a win. He's got good form right now, and he's a good price. He's 6-1.
He was bright and on his toes and looked super, super sharp in the paddock. When he got out on the racetrack, he settled in, was all business, minding his manners, warming up nicely without the pony here. Penny's Prospect gets the look as far as the speed, too. Benefits from the scratch of the 2, Gunner Bay, and I think could give Master of Arms some trouble on the front.
As far as the win wagering is concerned, 2 horses receiving a vast majority of the wagering, the 5 and the 6. And then it's take your pick for that third choice, 5 or 6-1. This is a wide open race, great betting board. Good luck. Race number 1, less than 5 minutes to post. Start of today's early pick 5, and the pool is giant already. $335,000 with still 5 minutes to get those plays in.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Debate comes forward. 2 more to load. A la carte goes in. Now Fan the Fire. At the post. And they're off. There goes Captain Jack. Captain Jack right out for the lead. Master of Arms going to be quicker, though. Master of Arms moves up the inside now and takes the lead. Master of Arms on top here by just 1 length. Then the other two starting to bear down right behind to make it a 3-way shuffle for the lead. Captain Jack between horses, Fan the Fire far outside, Master of Arms down toward the inside. Those are the top 3. And then a gap of 2 lengths. A la carte, 4th going to be wide over to the far turn. Penny's Prospect next to last, gap of 4 more lengths back to Debate, who is last, 22.48 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Master of Arms back up the rail for a half-length lead. Captain Jack second by a neck around the turn. Fan the Fire now kicks in once again from the outside, and then a la carte, who will have to go 4 wide as they move for the top of the stretch. Penny's Prospect is 5th, and then behind that front foursome looking for a way through. Debate is still far back. They turn for home. Here's a la carte, swings to the far outside. Penny's Prospect goes to the outside as well. Captain Jack, Fan the Fire there between horses. A la carte, Penny's Prospect far outside as they move into the final furlong. Debate tries to start a late run. It is Captain Jack and a la carte 1-2. Captain Jack, a la carte, then Debate. Captain Jack in front. Captain Jack, Debate is running on from the outside. Debate wins it for Joel Rosario.
Debate out in the clear where he likes to be, doing his thing here in race number 1. And Kate, he was a mile back, it seemed, early on. Looked like he was losing touch with the field, but never give up on Joel Rosario.
You know, he worked some magic with that one. It was almost by design that he angled him far to the outside so that nothing would be in his path as he closes with a rush to run down a very unfortunate Captain Jack, who led every step of the way except the last 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 5, Debate, was first. Number 4, Captain Jack, second. Number 6, A La Carte, third. Number 3, Penny's Prospect, fourth. 8-4-6-3, unofficial. Into the winner's circle, unofficial winner of Keeneland's first race, and now it is official. Number 5, Debate, owned by Claiborne Farm of Seth Hancock, owned also by Adele Dilschneider, who bred the winner in Kentucky. Trained by Tom Drury Jr. and Joel Rosario, the jockey. Number 5, Debate, a 4-year-old gelded son of Flatter, out of Vexed by Arch, gets the 6.5 furlongs over the main track, listed fast. 1 minute 18.46 seconds. Results official 5-4-6-3. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, and the turf listed firm today. In the second race, scratch the 12 Perfect Prankster. Also scratch the 14 Atomic and the 15 Higginsville. That's in the second race, scratch the 12 Perfect Prankster. Also scratch 14 Atomic and 15 Higginsville. A reminder, number 13 Bergen draws into the race. 13 Bergen will run. Third race has no changes at this time. Fourth race, scratch the 10 Beechnut Trophy, scratch the 12 Lily Lane, and scratch the 14 Morg's World. That's the fourth race, scratch 10 Beechnut Trophy, scratch 12 Lily Lane, and scratch 14 Morg's World. Please note, number 13, I'm So Sorry, draws into the race, jockey Jose Ortiz. Number 13, I'm So Sorry, will run, but the jockey will be Jose Ortiz. And looking to race 5, no changes in the fifth race at this time.
Race number 2 on the card, 2-year-olds. They'll be going 6 furlongs. The number 13 runner who draws into this race off the also eligible is the slight favorite right now at odds of 7-2. Was just 4-1 a moment ago, so now down to 7-2. So a reminder that Bergen does draw in and is the favorite if you're looking at the tote board. I go to the 6 horse on top in this event, Gallant Mischief for Mark Cassidy, colt by Into Mischief. Here's a Keeneland November graduate, weanling purchased by Tracy Farmer. Half brother to Beach Patrol, 3-time Grade 1 winner, Arlington Million winner. But when you mix Into Mischief with that quality of a mare, I have no problems with the move and the debut on dirt. Speed with Into Mischief is always so prevalent, and this horse has been working very well. Tyler Gaffleone, 5-1 right now, the second choice. Gallant Mischief, half brother to the Grade 1 winner, Beach Patrol.
You know, I put him in second, thinking that it was a wait-and-see type of situation, but noting the really fast works in the morning. After looking at him, I'm wishing I put him on top. He is a big, handsome colt, and those workouts and Tyler Gaffleone on board make me think that maybe I could have considered using him on top. But the one, Linzer, got the nod for me. Here's a horse who has a little experience, and if you've got 2 good horses, I'm going to lean toward the one who has a few races under their belt. Blinkers come off the Son of Street Sense after he was the beaten favorite in 2 starts at 2 different racetracks in 2 different scenarios. He has good early speed, but he's been faltering in the final stride, so I suspect Mike Stidham took the blinkers off to try to just get him to settle into stride and be comfortable and maybe a little bit more focused. Third start, you know he's going to be fit, trimming back from 7 furlongs, and I like what I'm seeing from him as Joel Rosario looks to sweep the double.
The number 5 horse, Vesture, Julian Leperoux, Alstall Jr. Julian Leperoux had a wonderful Churchill Downs meet back in September, just wrapped up last weekend. And here's a colt that they debuted on grass at Saratoga. He showed speed, ended up finishing 6th. He was the favorite that day. He got bet at Saratoga on debut as the favorite, so do keep that in mind. And at 6-1, that's a big number on this colt. And this is the stat that really caught my eye, Kate. And Alstall Jr., when he takes horses out of a turf race and the next time out runs them on dirt, 21% winners with a positive ROI.
You know, he is a horse that I think is going to add to the early pace and certainly bears watching at 6-1. But because of that, I think there could be enough speed to set it up for a horse like the 7 Honky Tonk Highway, who's currently 8-1. Honky Tonk Highway closed going 5 furlongs at Ellis Park to finish second. He was well beaten, a distant second, but he was running out of ground. I think 3/4 definitely helps his case. And if a few of these horses battle on the front end, it could set up really nicely for him. Brett Calhoun, with his second-time maiden starters, wins at about an 18% clip. So Honky Tonk Highway may be the price play, if not for the win, to definitely use underneath.
Race number 2 started the early pick 4, 2-year-olds, well-bred 2-year-olds, to start that early pick 4 in less than 17 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. The American Pharoah, maiden special weight for 2-year-olds at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 12, Perfect Prankster. Also scratch 14, Atomic, and scratch 15, Higginsville. A reminder, number 13, Bergen, draws into the race. Number 13, Bergen, will run double, pick 3, and early pick 4 wagering. Main track is fast, turf firm. 6 minutes to post.
Claiborne, Coolmore, FanDuel, and the Thoroughbred Club of America are pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Claiborne, Coolmore, FanDuel, or the Thoroughbred Club of America will judge the horses in the paddock prior to their respective races, presenting the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out horse with a $500 cash award. Winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award for race number 2 is Anselmo Neri, the groom for number 10, Work is Life, from the Marcus O'Donnell barn. Congratulations to all the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award winners.
I gotta start grooming them.
We're looking front side here as they warm up, and I'm so glad that this 5 Vesture is being ponied by Harley right now, because I want to talk about his size. And what better way to gauge size than one of the biggest, most imposing horses we've ever seen in Harley, the most famous pony horse in all of the world right now. This colt, he's 2 years old. He is just a big man. That's how Al Stahl Jr. described him. He also said he's worked a lot better on dirt. Now, he's big, he's forward as far as his physical build. He might be a little behind as far as his mental makeup is concerned. But boy, he really is an imposing figure.
He really is, Scott. And what struck me was the fact that he was able to actually show speed going 5.5 furlongs in his debut on the grass, because he, body-wise, looks like a horse who would want some ground to work with. He's going to be fun to watch if he's going to improve on the dirt, but I also think that he's going to be fun to watch as distances get a little longer.
The number 4 horse, Promisio, for Doug O'Neill. This one has been training locally for quite some time. In fact, I've got published workouts all the way back to April during the spring meet for this son of Mitole. First crop for Mitole, that champion sprinter. This is a Keeneland graduate for Roadrunner Racing and Evanson Family Trust and others. Doug O'Neill, primarily Southern California-based conditioner, but keeping this cold here in Kentucky, and he is getting plenty of respect. He's 9-1 right now.
Well, I have to tell you, he deserves it based on what I saw. He's a compact model, a little smaller, a little more sprint-looking type by Mitole, but he did everything right. It was very professional, and just as I say that, he starts to act up a little bit, but it is a cool day. You're going to see some of these babies in particular, and all the horses really enjoying this fall weather, crisp and clear, but goes right back to his pony and minds his business. Promisio, I thought, has that steady workout pattern that could set him up for some success, and Doug O'Neill certainly can get a horse ready to run first out.
And the one horse at 4-1 for Godolphin, this is Linzer, a colt by Street Sense, tap at first stand. From a family perspective, this colt's mother, Macaroon, is a half-sister to Frosted, the Grade 1 winner, Met Mile winner, and now Stallion. So good family, as they always are, from Godolphin. He ran into Nutella Fella on debut at Delaware. Who would have known that that's a race that would produce the Grade 1 hopeful winner with Nutella Fella? And then out of that one, this colt ended up finishing second at Colonial, showing some speed. So you got to respect him. Folks are, as Joel Rosario, the jockey, is looking to sweep the early double.
Yeah, in hindsight, that second place finish looks pretty good, but it's worth noting that Linzer was actually favored in that race and then came back to be favored again. A little disappointing effort at Colonial going 7 furlongs, but I like the turn back to, or the cut back to 6 furlongs here, as he does have some natural early speed. The blinkers came off, and I was curious to see his behavior in the paddock without the blinkers and out on the racetrack. He's very poised, very alert but relaxed, real professional looking individual who I think is going to run a big race today.
It's post time.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for race 2, the American Pharoah Maiden Special. Vesture and Work His Life move into line. Gallant Mischief and now Camaro Z. Bergen, the last one, moves in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Bergen, out running for the lead, but Linzer is quicker down toward the inside. Honky Tonk Highway is up close. Moonlight Road is there as well. Surf City moves up from 5th, up the rail to challenge for 2nd, now to challenge for the lead. Know Who You Are is up close in 6th, just a length and a half off the leader, then a gap of 3 more lengths. Camaro Z is 7th. Work His Life is 8th down toward the inside. Gallant Mischief is in 9th. Vesture is 10th. Tool Pusher is 11th. Promisio last of 12, 22.28 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Surf City and Know Who You Are going at it for the top spot as they move around the far turn and joined now by Moonlight Road and also Linzer. And Linzer moves up now to take the lead off the far turn by just a half length. Top of the stretch, Linzer center of the track. The rest have work to do. Surf City's lost some ground, drops back to the inside. Know Who You Are is there. Moonlight Road is still trying to pick up the leaders, joined by Bergen. Now Bergen has clear running, and so does Honky Tonk Highway, who shifts lanes to the inside. They've got to catch Linzer, however. Vesture's coming late from 5th grandstand side. It is Linzer in front, then Bergen, then Honky Tonk Highway. Vesture goes to 4th. Bergen goes to the lead. Bergen, Flavian Pratt to win it. Linzer was across the wire in second.
Well, Bergen late on the scene, but it made an effective run down the stretch to pull off this victory under Flavien Prat, Brad Cox, Spendthrift Farm, Marty Schwartz, and others picking off this win. And he was the post-time favorite, drawing in off the also eligible to Colt by Breeders' Cup champion Liam's Map.
Also one of the favorites in the daily doubles early on, so a lot of smart money invested in Bergen as he comes up with that nice kick similar to what we saw in the first race, middle of the racetrack, nice late rally.
And Vesture, nice close to finish third. We talked about his size. Once he gets more ground to work with, he certainly looks like he has a lot of promise moving forward. But today, going 6 furlongs, it's the lucky number 13.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 13, Bergen, first. Number 1, Linzer was second. Number 5, Vesture was third. Number 7, Honky Tonk Highway, fourth. 13, 157, unofficial. Results of race 2 official. 13-157, the official results in the winner's circle for the American Pharoah Maiden Special. Number 13, Bergen, owned by Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, owned by Martin Schwartz. Owned also by Gandharvi LLC of Kuldip Singh, Big Easy Racing LLC of Chris Shawn, and also winner's win of Rick Cantor and others. Brad Cox, the trainer, Flavien Prat, the jockey, Bergen, a 2-year-old son of Liam's Map out of Tony's Holiday by Harlan's Holiday. Winner, bred in Kentucky by Castle and Lyons Kilboy Estate, and also Gavin Tierney. 6 furlongs, 111.98. Official. Third race on the way, race 3, double and pick 3 wagering featured. No changes in this third event, main event. Coming up later on, several stakes races. Don't forget late Pick 4, all 6, Pick 4, much coming later today as Race 3 gets us started on the next of the day's rolling doubles and Pick 3s. No changes in this third event. Main track is listed fast and the turf is firm today. Looking ahead to the fourth race, a reminder, scratch the 10 Beechnut Trophy, scratch the 12 Lily Lane, and scratch the 14 Morgues World. That's the fourth race. Scratch the 10 Beechnut Trophy, scratch the 12 Lily Lane, and scratch the 14 Morgues World. A reminder, number 13 draws in. I'm so sorry. Number 13 will run. Jockey will be Jose Ortiz. Jose Ortiz rides 13. I'm so sorry. Race 5 has no changes at this time. Trophy presentation in the winner's circle for Race 2, the American Pharoah Maiden Special Weight Julep Cup. Michael Norris, representing Coolmore, presents to the Connections of Bergen.
Race number 3 at Keeneland Racecourse, 7 furlongs, maiden special weight event, $100,000 purse up for grabs here. There's 3 Polks for John Ortiz, a filly by Jimmy Creed, who's had one start in her career that was sprinting on the turf course. Showed something that day, ran a bit even race in that career debut. Got a late start to her career, showing up for her first career start in mid-September at Churchill Downs, but comes right back in 3 weeks' time and is 2-1 right now. Santana and John Ortiz, this is a good team. They're winning at a 20% clip as of right now, with a positive return on investment of over $1, over $1.50 to be in fact, and that is a very high number as far as an ROI is concerned. So I would expect that this filly, and most are, will take another step forward here today, or a big step forward from that career debut.
I went to the 4, Take Time to Dream, at 7-2 now. That seems a fair price for a filly who is improving with every start and does have a little experience over at Aqueduct, the Belmont at Aqueduct meet last month. She finished a good 4th with stalking style, lanky filly by Always Dreaming, could want even a little bit more ground to work with. So I think the 7 furlongs really suits her.
The number 5 horse, Icicles, for Dixiana Farms and trainer John Ennis, Dixiana Farms homebred. This is a filly by Frosted, who hasn't raced in 9 months, but her 2 career starts back at the end of last year at Churchill and Fairgrounds were very solid. She was second on debut, then she was the heavy favorite because of that debut effort where she was 18-1 in late November, comes back in December in New Orleans and ends up finishing 4th. She's had some time off. She's coming back for a new trainer. I'd say that you've got to respect her, and she's getting attention. She's 5-1. That makes her the 3rd choice in the wagering.
On the rail, the 1 Crushed Ice caught my attention by some fast works, both at Saratoga and then most recently back here in Kentucky. She has some early speed. With that inside post, she may have to use it, but showed great improvement from her debut on a muddy track to her next start, 3rd over at Monmouth Park. She's another that I think benefits from the 7 furlongs, could be even closer than she was in that most recent start. Just looking for something that continues in an upward trajectory from race to race.
The number 7 horse, Insensitive. I'm always drawn to horses with connections that are coming from places not necessarily ultra far away, but certainly the travel and getting here and the investment in travel and bringing these horses, knowing you're going to find a tough field at any level of competition at Keeneland. And so this is the number 7 horse is a filly that shows up from Prairie Meadows in Iowa. Trainer Doug Anderson, one of the best over in Altoona, Iowa, at Prairie Meadows, that venue. And I think that you've got to respect her. She's coming in with some quick workouts at Prairie Meadows, and Doug Anderson, Francisco Arrieta come together here. Arrieta rode her in her 2 starts in Kentucky, and it's been a few months since we've seen her. So she hasn't run at Prairie Meadows. She's run at big venues, but she's been training over there to get ready for this Keeneland debut.
And right next door to the 1 Crushed Ice, who I talked about, Devil Blue Dress, is a first-time starter. And that may put her at a little disadvantage, but sharp workout pattern. And it looks like she's getting bet a little bit at 5-1. She debuts with Lasix, nice pedigree by Into Mischief out of a Distorted Humor mare. And though the barn isn't known to fire first time out, I did think that Devil Blue Dress had a fitness about her. She looked fit. She's been training for quite some time. So if she can contend with that inside post, as it seems like the best running is happening middle of the track, could be circumstantial or coincidence, but something to keep an eye on.
Just to sum up how tough this race is, it's an 8-horse field. Both Kate and I combined 6 different selections for our top 3. This is a very good betting race. 9-5 on the number 6 horse, 3 Polks. And race number 3 offers double exacta, trifecta, rolling pick 3, and a 10-cent superfecta available in this maiden special weight event going 7 furlongs. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Justify, maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in the third race. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 6 minutes.
The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award for the third race is Renee Lopez, the groom for number 1, Crushed Ice from the Anthony Cordarolo barn. Congratulations, Renee Lopez, our Coolmore Best Turned Out Award winner.
Horses warming up front side for race number 3. There's a look at Icicles in the white and emerald green of Dixiana Farms. Spoke with John Ennis, her conditioner, her trainer, and he commented on her workouts over at the Thoroughbred Training Center, the sister training center to Keeneland Racecourse. He said that they are freaky. That's how he described it. So this filly, he says she's ready to roll today off this 9-month layoff. She's gone between 5-1 down to 4-1, now sitting at 9-2, splitting the difference there. But the way that John Ennis described this filly in her training, I think you've got to give her a big look in here, the 5 Icicles.
Watching her warm up, she's going to be airborne any minute. Jack Gilligan has his hands full, but she's a very leggy filly, had a lot of scope, and boy, she was sharp in the paddock. Maybe the addition of blinkers will help her carry her speed. Very, very focused, and again, very much on her toes. The 2 Devil Blue Dress was another eye catcher. This filly is by Into Mischief, and she's built like a colt, really strong looking individual. First time starter facing horses who have raced previously, maybe a little up against it, particularly at 7 furlongs. But this filly looked fit. And with Louis Saez aboard and some really nice works in the morning, I think she's one you have to keep an eye on. She's getting bet a little bit at 7-2.
Yeah, Saez with a good day yesterday. There she is for Blue Devil Racing Stable. Devil Blue Dress, that Into Mischief filly with a quick work at Churchill Downs. 2 workouts back at the end of September. The number 3 horse, Raggedy Sand, for Neil Pessin. Now, this is a filly that sprinted on debut, went out to a route with that route type of pedigree, but now back to sprinting off of a Kentucky Downs run.
you know she's going to be fit. And I have to say, she looked lovely, dappled from head to toe, and most experienced in the field, and has tried a little bit of everything. I'm thinking maybe Neil Pessin hoping that the 7 furlongs and transferring back to the surface she's done her best running on will be the trick. He has had great success with Jareth Loveberry on board, and to the tune of some big prices, which would be the case again here with this good-looking filly, as she is 16-1.
Crushed Ice, the number 1 horse, Anthony Cordarolo. It's been some time since we've welcomed Anthony Cordarolo to the races here at Keeneland. You have to go back to 2021 since he had his last runner. So picking his spots here at Keeneland. And this is a filly by Connect who comes in off of 2 starts earlier in the year, most recently at Monmouth, where she was 3rd, but she draws the rail here today with Jose Ortiz.
I don't think that's going to be a problem. She was really composed, professional. She's another real attractive individual. And that workout on September 30th, since her race over at Monmouth Park, was really sharp. That is a fast work over at the Churchill Downs Training Center. 5 furlongs in 58-2, the best of the morning. Jose Ortiz for the assignment here. If she continues improving the way she did from her first start to her second start, she's going to be tough.
Quickly approaching the gate for race number 3 at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 3rd race, the Justify. Raggedy Sand goes in, also Insensitive into the gate. Take Time to Dream. Dream on Stormy, the last to load. They're at the post. And they're off. Crushed Ice comes out for the early lead. Dream on Stormy is there, and 3 Polks in between that pair as they move on to the main track and head up the backstretch now. 3 Polks going to move up and slide over toward the rail. Has the lead. Leads it by just a half length. Dream on Stormy, second up on the outside. Crushed Ice, third. Icicles, keen to go on, moves up. Fourth, now challenging for third, swings up toward the far outside. Devil Blue Dress is fifth back toward the inside. Insensitive is in sixth position. Take Time to Dream is back in the seventh spot, and then a gap of 3.5 more lengths behind that one to Raggedy Sand, who is last. 22.59 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Icicles draws alongside of 3 Polks. That is the battle for the lead midway on the far turn. Then there's a gap of 7 more lengths back to Dream on Stormy, who's losing ground around the turn. Now that will bring Insensitive around to the far outside up into third, and Crushed Ice fourth toward the rail. That pair now within 5 lengths of the leader, but there's a quarter mile to go, top of the stretch. 3 Polks is the leader. Icicles has lost ground. Crushed Ice up the inside, and Insensitive coming from the outside at the 8th pole. Insensitive and Crushed Ice moving on either side of 3 Polks, who still has the lead, though, into the final furlong. 3 Polks the leader. Insensitive is second, and then Crushed Ice third, a 16th to go, and 3 Polks, and Ricardo Santana Jr. with a 2-length lead now, and 3 Polks wins it. Insensitive was home second. Crushed Ice third. Take Time to Dream was fourth.
Well, once again, the turf to dirt angle works for trainer John Ortiz, this time with 3 Polks. And this filly was part of a very quick pace, especially for the 7 furlong distance. Icicles backs down after being part of that, but this filly kept on going at odds of 3-1.
Boy, at one point she lost the lead, but Ricardo Santana persevered with 3 Polks. Really a gutsy effort there with Insensitive kind of chasing her all the way around, and especially through the stretch. At the end of the day, the fourth place finisher, Take Time to Dream, made up the most ground at the end, but have to hand it to 3 Pokes for hanging in there after that fast early part of the race.
6-7-1-4 unofficial race 3.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 6, 3 Polks, was first. Number 7, Insensitive, second. Number 1, Crushed Ice, third. Number 4, Take Time to Dream, fourth. 6-7-1-4, unofficial. Third race results official, 6-7-1-4, the official results. In the winner's circle for race 3, the Justify, official winner number 6, 3 Polks. Owned by the Glenview Farm of Charles Rabin, trained by John Ortiz. Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey, 3 Polks, a 3-year-old filly by Jimmy Creed out of Indian Street by Street Sense, bred in Kentucky by Glenview Farm. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 24.72 seconds over the fast main track. Blaze Benjamin, representing Coolmore, presents the trophy for the Justify to the connections of number 6, 3 Polks. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. The turf is listed firm today. Inside rail at its innermost position, full width of the turf course here this afternoon. At the fourth race, scratch the 10 Beechnut Trophy. Scratch the 12 Lily Lane and scratch the 14 Morg's World. Again, scratch the 10 Beechnut Trophy, scratch the 12 Lily Lane and scratch the 14 Morg's World. A reminder, number 13 will run. I'm So Sorry, number 13, the jockey Jose Ortiz. I'm So Sorry, number 13, draws into the race. Jose Ortiz will ride. Looking ahead, no changes in race 5. Sixth race, a reminder, corrected weight for the 9 Coffee Maker, 117 pounds. Sixth race, number 9 Coffee Maker, will carry 117 pounds.
Race number 4, turf event, firm turf course today here at Keeneland Racecourse. Drying out conditions over the last few days. Nominated as a 2 allowance race, 1 mile and 1/16. And the number 5 horse is the 3-2 favorite. This is Saffron Moon for CHP Racing and Chad Brown, who has a big day in store, especially when we come down to the Grade 1 First Lady with those wonderful fillies he has, led by In Italian as well as White Beam. But first, this event, and this is a filly that's run good races in her last 3. She broke her maiden here at Keeneland by 8 lengths, backed it up with a win at Tampa Bay Downs in late December, and then at Saratoga. Most recently, she finished 4th after coming off the turn wide, so a wide trip around the final turn of 2 in that race. But certainly the course form, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, a lot of reasons to like the Keeneland graduate, the daughter of Malibu Moon, and she should establish a good early position forward as far as the pace is concerned here today.
Yeah, I kind of thought she had a legitimate excuse in that last start between the good turf course and the fact that she kind of got fanned out wide and maybe needed the races. It was her first since December. Before that, she demonstrated she likes Keeneland, and she put together 2 very nice races. When you go through your conditions that quickly, sometimes it can be disadvantage. I do also agree about the 5 Saffron Moon. The 8 Zawish is interesting, though, for Helen Pitts, making her second start off the layoff.
Yeah, she's one that's very consistent. There's no question about it. The number 8 runner in here. This is a filly by M. Shawish, 0 for 2 this year, but both third-place finishes. She's got speed. She might even be a quick faster than the number 5 horse Saffron Moon. But Helen Pitts telling me that this filly is not necessarily a horse that needs the lead because of the other speed in here. They're not going to force the issue, but don't be surprised if Brian Hernandez Jr. has her close to the pace.
I lean toward the 6. That's Quality Star. Comes in for Paula Lobo with a very nice record, horse for course here. And I'm going to forgive her last effort as well. I don't think she cared for Kentucky Downs or ran her A game, but it wasn't a terrible race, all things considered. She was beaten just 3 lengths for all of it, going a mile. She probably is at her best with more ground to work with, although the mile there probably plays like a mile and a 16th here. She needs a pace up front to close into. I don't think she had the course that she needed to show off herself to her best advantage. But today, I think a very fair course will lend itself well to her running style. And again, needs a lot of luck too. But I really think on this course in particular, she's a filly at 6-1 that you've got to throw into the equation.
The 1 horse Wallachia, 9-2 for Stone Street Stables, bred by Stone Street, filly by Tappets from the stakes-winning First Am Hillaby, daughter of Distorted Humor. She was recently 2nd against Stakes Company, picked up black type, always important in the all-along stakes at Pimlico in mid-September. She too has won at Keeneland. She came from just off the pace to win back in April of last year, I should say, so over a year ago. But since then, she's been forwardly placed in races. She seems like a very adaptable filly as far as how things will develop in a race. So you've got to respect her. And Tyler Gaffleone, we know how good he is, and we know how good he is on the turf as well.
And then the 11, for me, Watch This Birdie. Maybe not the best post position from the outside, but given her running style to come from a little off the pace, I don't think it'll hurt her that much. She's been very consistent in just 5 starts on the grass, 2 wins, 2 seconds. And though she is moving up into tougher company off the win last time out, I like the fact that she was able to break her maiden at Colonial, going a mile and a 16th, and then completely adjusted to close into a pretty soft pace over at Churchill and win going a mile. I kind of think she's probably better suited to the longer distances like the mile and a 16th, but the fact that she's versatile is going to serve her well in this spot with James Graham picking up the mount for Nacho Correjas. But she's a live long shot to maybe throw into your exotic wagers.
And the interesting note with Watch This Birdie, the 11 horse, she's an Arkansas-bred filly by Stern, a Keeneland graduate. And as we all know, at Oaklawn Park, when you're running against Arkansas breds, you don't have a turf option. There's no turf course there. So they've really, and not surprisingly, with her pedigree by Stern, that Group 1 winner in Australia of the Golden Slipper on turf, has found a home on grass. So an Arkansas bred competing here at Keeneland, and with a live look, that's the 11 to Watch This Birdie. But the favorite continues to be and will be the number 5 horse for trainer Chad Brown, Saffron Moon, currently sitting at odds of 7-5, less than 14 minutes before race number 4 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the War of Will, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Scratch the 10 Beechnut Trophy, scratch the 12 Lily Lane, and scratch 14 Morg's World. A reminder, number 13 will run. I'm so sorry. Number 13 draws into the race. Jose Ortiz will be the jockey. Double and pick 3 wagering featured post time in 7 minutes.
The winner of the Claiborne Best Turned Out Award for the fourth race is Rafael Fernandez, groomed for number 1, Wallachia, from the Graham Motion Barn. Well done, Rafael Fernandez, winner of the Claiborne Best Turned Out Award.
Four minutes to post. We're looking at the number 13, I'm So Sorry. Rider changed to Jose Ortiz. And here is a filly that draws in off the also eligible. We had a horse drawing off the also, the number 13 earlier today, and was a winner. And this was a horse that was a winner last time out and moves over to Brian Lynch's barn, comes into this race with a closing effort with a very fast pace. So we'll see how this filly fares with this outside draw and a pace that I don't think will be quite as quick as what she saw at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
I agree with you, Scott, and might be up against it from that pace standpoint, but boy, she sure looked good. Very well turned out. She picks up Jose Ortiz, and she's new in Brian Lynch's barn, so sometimes change in trainers and perhaps training routine can trigger a change in style. She doesn't have to be quite so far out of it. She could definitely be effective in this, and definitely like the way the daughter of Uncle Mo looked, though that outside post position might be a little problematic.
She's right now 9-1, the number 13. That's the 5, Saffron Moon, for Chad Brown, 6-5, so just above even money for the time being. This is a filly that in the early days of her career was running on dirt, and since moving over to the turf, she has really picked things up from a speed figure standpoint and obviously from just a straight results standpoint in a positive way.
She won the paddock pick for my eyes. She just looked super, very confident, very well turned out. balanced filly who I think was a little unlucky last time out as far as her trip was concerned. She also might not have cared for the given the ground, although she did run very well to break her, or win the allowance condition at Tampa on good ground as well. But perhaps she maybe just needed the race too, as she'd been away since December. Should be fit and sharp, though I thought that she was very reserved and very poised in the paddock.
There's a look at Brownwood Farms Quality Star, the 6. I spoke with her trainer, Paulo Lobo, asked him if he felt that this filly maybe needed that last race in Kentucky Downs, and he said, yeah, he did feel that because she hadn't run since May at Churchill. And also he commented on the lack of pace in that mile race, which she would need coming out of longer distance races. And also, we know how much she likes it here at Keeneland. Both of her victories have happened on this turf course. So she's another filly that's going to be relying on a quicker pace, which she should be able to get based on that Kentucky Downs race at the very least.
You know, if you look back to her synthetic form at the start of the year, she was beaten but finished a solid enough third to Idiomatic, who would come back to rattle off consecutive wins, including Grade 1 Company, and will be competing this weekend. I think that she's a better horse on the turf. But if you figure that with a little bit more ground,
please.
she
There
could
is
be
a
right
late
there.
scratch in Keeneland's 4th race. Scratch number 3, Mama's Girl. Late scratch in Keeneland's 4th race. Scratch number 3, Mama's Girl. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the War of Will, and again, a late scratch, number 3, Mama's Girl. Number 3, Mama's Girl, late scratch. Moving into line, race 4. Saffron Moon goes in. Quality Star and Watch This Birdie. I'm So Sorry moves into line at the post. And they're off. There's Willikaya from the inside, comes out for the early lead, but here is Music Festival. Music Festival is going to move by for the advantage. We'll have some company here on the front end. Cupid Strike is going to move up from between horses. The Wish is there on the far outside. Saffron Moon is away in 4th just outside of Willikaya. The Wish moves forward wide into the first turn, but has a narrow lead as they enter the turn. And then comes Cupid Strike, who gets over down to the inside within a neck of the leader. Gap of 2 back to Music Festival in 3rd. Saffron Moon is 4th on the outside. outside. Willikaya fifth, then a gap of 3 more lengths. Watch this birdie. His sixth, just to the outside of Girl Named Charlie in seventh. I'm so sorry. 3 wide in eighth. Moving up from last as they head onto the back stretch. Lady Arsenault is ninth, and Quality Star is back in 10th. 23.56 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Zawish outward from the rail leads it by a neck, and Cupid Strike is there to the inside in second. 47.56 seconds for the first half mile. Gap of 4 lengths. Music Festival is third by a neck. Saffron Moon is fourth up on her outside as they head onto the far turn. And then watch this birdie, who's alongside of Willikaya. Willikaya looks for some running room, still 6 lengths off the lead. Back up front, Zawish has a head in front as they round the far turn. Cupid Strike now fights back to the inside. Gap of 3 lengths. Music Festival up the rail from third. Saffron Moon is fourth. Now Saffron Moon swings up on the outside and starts to close in on the leaders. Watch this birdie, and Willikaya behind her. Willikaya is looking for some running room. Final furlong, Saffron Moon has opened up here by 2.5, 3 lengths clear. Willikaya, watch this birdie, move to second and third, respectively. Deep stretch, Saffron Moon, Flavian Pratt to win it. Willikaya was home in second. Watch this birdie third, and I'm so sorry, finished fourth.
The Keeneland grad Saffron Moon for Chad Brown. She just waited for her cue, and once she got it from Flavian Pratt, it was an easy win in the end for this 4-5 favorite in race number 4.
Things really set up very nicely for her as she was able to kind of set her own way off the pace early, and then when he pushed the button, she responds beautifully. The race definitely for place, with Willikaya running very well on in the final strides and also making up some ground. Watch this birdie.
5-1, 11-13 in race number 4 here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 5, Saffron Moon was first. Number 1, Willikaya was second. Number 11, Watch This Birdie, was third. Number 13, I'm So Sorry, finished fourth. 5-1, 11-13, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the War of Will, number 5, Saffron Moon, owned by CHP Racing, Christine and Phil Hatfield, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Saffron Moon, a 4-year-old filly by Malibu Moon, out of Crocus Hill by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by Cove Springs Farm, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 41.38 seconds. Results of race 4 official, 5-1, 11-13, the official results. In the winner's circle, the War of Will trophy presentation. Will and Allison Bishop, representing Claiborne, present the trophy to the connections of Saffron Moon. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Also start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast, the turf is firm. Inside rail at its innermost position, full width of the turf course today for this Saturday card. Race 5 has no changes. Race 5 is clear. Sixth race, the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. Corrected weight for the 9 Coffee Maker, 117 pounds. That's in the sixth race. Corrected weight, Coffee Maker carries 117 pounds, number 9. Seventh race, Thoroughbred Club of America, no changes. Eighth race, First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare, no changes. Ninth race, the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, scratch the 2 Timberlake. That's the ninth race, scratch the 2 Timberlake. 10th race, the Coolmore Turf Mile, jockey for the 4, Set Piece, Tyler Gaffalione. That's the 10th race for Set Piece, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. And looking ahead to that 11th and final race, in the 11th race, scratch the 12, Corso's Pick, scratch the 14, Agoo, and scratch the 15, Tap Anchor. Again, that's in the 11th and final race, scratch the 12, Corso's Pick, scratch 14, Agoo, scratch 15, Tap Anchor. A reminder, number 13, Gold Brick will run. Number 13, Gold Brick draws into the race. Number 11, Latta, jockey change, Brian Hernandez Jr. Race 11, number 11, Latta, jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the walking ring, where Keeneland is proud to recognize the meet leaders from the 2023 spring race meet. Leading owner Godolphin had 6 wins during last spring's race meet, highlighted by First Mission's victory in the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington and Frost Point's win in the Grade 3 Bear Double Dog Dare. This is the 3rd Keeneland leading owner title for Godolphin. Leading trainer Wesley Ward recorded 12 wins in the spring, including 2 stakes races, with Love Reigns taking the FanDuel Limestone and Twilight Gleaming running first in the Giants Causeway. Ward has dominated the spring meet at Keeneland, winning the trainer's title each year since 2017. This is the 9th Keeneland training title for Ward overall. Leading jockey Tyler Gaffalione led all riders with 21 wins last spring, including the Grade 2 Shakertown aboard Caravel and the Palisades on Gaslight Dancer. This is the 5th Keeneland leading jockey title for Gaffalione. Please join Keeneland in congratulating the leading connections of the 2023 spring race meet.
Race number 5, these will be 2-year-olds, first level allowance, company optional $100,000 event as well. Does start the $1 pick 6 with those 5 stakes races still to come, starting with race number 6 and a pretty wide open event. 2 horses at 5-2, the 3 and the 9 are both at 5-2 with 15 minutes to post. I've got the 4 Valentine Candy on top, Justified Colt for Steve Asmussen and the Heiligbroots. This is a 2-year-old colt that broke his maiden first time out and then ran in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Had a adventurous start and lost some position, but this is certainly not as deep waters as he saw in the Grade 1 Hopeful at Saratoga. So if he can be better away from the gate and get a cleaner break, he should be tough in here. He's 9-2 on the board right now, a colt by the Triple Crown champion, Justify, the 4 Valentine Candy.
And he's certainly the sire of the hour, with Justify scoring with 2-year-olds in Stakes Company in New York just a little while ago. I'm going to go right inside to Godolphin, the meets leader last year and a homebred in the 3 Alder, who was a pretty impressive winner at Ellis Park. He's had a professional trip stalking after a kind of a debacle in the slop on debut. Nothing went well that day, but in terms of things the next time around, he certainly showed some real promise. He's been pretty composed in the paddock, and if he duplicates that last effort, he's going to be really tough. I think even a little bit more ground will be better for him, because he didn't get away from the gate all that quickly, and yet didn't waste much time to catch up to the rest of the field and draw off.
Number 2 horse Baxley, both second choice for Kate and I. This is a colt by Klimt. Paid $235,000 for him earlier this year at a 2-year-old in training sale, did Caroline Wilson. And Larry Ravelli telling me that he did exactly what they expected him to do on debut at Hawthorne, and that's win. And he won big, won by 5.5 lengths. And he told me also this is a runner, the number 2 horse Baxley. He's a good price at 7-1, obviously a step up in competition. But Larry Ravelli is a very good conditioner. He's a 32% overall winner for 2023 with over 200 starters so far. So at this price and their thoughts on this colt and the way that he won, he has to be respected in and amongst this group today.
Yeah, with the possible exception of the 1 Normandy Hero just inside of him. I thought Baxley was the speed of the speed and could be very tough to catch. I know, Scott, you liked the 9 Hall a little for Todd Pletcher.
That's right. The outside drawn Hall for Todd Pletcher and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, St. Elias Stables. A fan of the Sons and Daughters of Army Mule. He broke his maiden on debut. He was 3rd in the Grade 2 Saratoga Special, beaten 10 lengths to Rhyme Schemes, but he wasn't beaten all that far for 2nd. Rhyme Schemes put together one of the more impressive performances we've seen from a 2-year-old this year in the Saratoga Special. So at 3-1, He's one of the two that's vying for favoritism. He's now the second choice at 3-1 versus 5-2. I think you've got to give him a big look with his maiden win and the way he ran against rhyme schemes in that race at Saratoga.
To round out my top three, I go for a big price, 19-1 on the 7 Stormquist, who eked out a victory in maiden claiming competition, was claimed by Alexis Clare. Out of the race, Alexis is 23% with a positive ROI in terms of horses racing first off the claim. And the fact that he was able to get the victory despite a bit of a wide trip and kind of running in stops and starts makes me think that maybe there is a little potential here for Stormquist to get a piece.
It's race number 5, $1 pick 6 begins here, 2-year-olds, and they'll be sprinting 6 furlongs.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Warfront, allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. 2-year-olds, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 5. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Post time at 7 minutes. Track is fast. Turf firm.
The winner of the Claiborne Best Turned Out Award for the 5th race is Marco Hernandez, groomed for number 1 Normandy Hero from the Rudolph Brissett barn. Congratulations, Marco Hernandez, our Claiborne Best Turned Out Award winner. Just a few minutes to go for race number 5, and look at the 5. Raccoon Rodeo, who is awful handsome, feisty son of Bernardini, really caught the eye off that maiden performance at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He is moving up to a much tougher group of horses, I think, than he tackled last time out, but he outran his odds. And as I mentioned, just a strong-looking individual who seems extremely sharp, perhaps could sit just a little bit closer to the pace than he did last time around, and with some speed to his inside, could get an ideal trip for Flavian Pratt. On the board right now at 12-1. Seems pretty generous odds for top connections with a good-looking individual. But the 3, Alder, currently at 5-2, the second choice in the wagering for the Brad Cox barn, is looking to add to the victory earlier today for the stable. Godolphin, homebred by Hardspun, broke his maiden very impressively as the favorite, as he was expected to do, going 5 furlongs. But after not getting out of the gate smoothly, he was still able to quickly assume command and draw off from there. The 3/4 mile distance for this son of Hardspun should only help the case, and he was pretty professional, particularly in the warm-up right now. You get a good look at him. Also a handsome-looking individual who should be able to go on and take this step forward. Then toward the outside, number 9, Hall, is another horse getting some attention, currently 5-2, co-favorite at this point for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. And Todd Pletcher broke his maiden at first asking at Belmont Park after battling throughout the entire race, then encountered some trouble in the Saratoga Special. Was well beaten that day to finish 3rd, but a little bit different trip could make a world of difference here, and certainly a softer spot as well for this guy who looks to rebound off that unlucky trip. Definitely think that at 3/4 mile here, you might see him more forwardly placed again with this group, and from that outside post position with Luis Saez, able to make a statement. He's been pretty poised, calm. Even in the warm-up, you look at him there just walking, had a beautiful walk in the paddock, and is another eye-catcher here at 2-1 right now, the slight favorite over the 3, who is currently 5-2. Just a couple minutes to post for the 5th.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the War Front, start of the pick 6. Raccoon Rodeo comes forward. Now Hall gets set to move into line. Let's go, Mark. Last one moving in. At the post. And they're off. There goes Let's Go, Mark. Breaks alertly from the far outside. Hall is there in the opening strides. Valentine Candy moves up to challenge. Normandy Hero up close from fourth, now taking third. Down toward the inside. Baxley is in fifth, moves up down toward the rail. Alder is sixth, in between horses. Then a gap of 3 lengths. General Battle Axe is in seventh. Dunphy is a wide eighth onto the far turn. And then Stormquist, who's next to last, and Raccoon Rodeo trails the opening quarter, 21.86 seconds. They move on the turn. Valentine Candy against the rail, leading Let's Go Mark. Valentine Candy leads at a half length. Let's Go Mark second, a length and a half. Normandy Hero is third. And then Hall, who has to go wide out to the center of the track, along with Alder. Baxley is in behind horses, 5 from the front. Now Alder and Hall are swinging wide. Hall has clear sailing from the outside. Comes after Valentine Candy. Normandy Hero has an opening down toward the inside. Normandy Hero sneaks up the rail, coming after Valentine Candy and Hall, and Normandy Hero has the lead. Normandy Hero, 16th to goal, has the lead for Alex Ashard. Valentine Candy is second. Normandy Hero to win it. Valentine Candy was home second. Hall across the wire in third, and Raccoon Rodeo came from far back to be fourth.
Yet another first crop winner for the stallion, Omaha Beach, that Grade 1 winning son of Warfront, this time with Normandy Hero from that inside draw, able to outlast the number 4 horse Valentine Candy just to his outside, and does so at odds of 9-1.
It's the first horse we've seen down on the inside, able to persevere after being involved in the early pace battle. Alex Ashard gave him a little breather until the turn, then was able to slip up the inside and have more than enough to stave off Valentine Candy. Noble in defeat. Hall didn't have the easiest of trips, kind of running in stops and starts, but still winds up with the show spot.
1:4.95 unofficial, and a final time of 1:10 and 86/100ths.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 1, Normandy Hero finished first. Number 4, Valentine Candy was second. Number 9, Hall was third. Number 5, Raccoon Rodeo fourth. 1:4.95 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Warfront, number 1, Normandy Hero, owned by Naoya Yoshida, trained by Rodolphe Brisset. Alex Achard is the jockey. Normandy Hero, a 2-year-old son of Omaha Beach, out of Swan of the Nile by Pioneer of the Nile. Winner bred in Kentucky by Yoshida, Brock Collins, Crawford, Doyle, and Van Beek. The 6 furlongs, 1 minute 10.86 seconds. Race 5, results official. 1495, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Warfront Trophy presentation. Hagen Southworth, representing Claiborne, presents the trophy to the connections of Normandy Hero. Keeneland 6th race upcoming. The Woodford, presented by FanDuel. Turf is listed firm today. Double and pick 3, late pick 5, and also the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. A reminder, corrected weight for the 9 Coffee Maker, 117 pounds. Number 9 Coffee Maker carries 117. No changes in race 7, and no changes in race 8. 9th race, scratch the 2, Timberlake. 9th race, scratch the 2, Timberlake. 10th race, jockey for the 4, Set Piece, Tyler Gaffalione. That's the 10th race. Jockey for the 4, Set Piece, will be Tyler Gaffalione. And going ahead and taking a look at the changes in race 11. In that 11th race, scratch the 12, Corso's Pick, scratch the 14, Agoo, scratch 15, Tap Anchor. That is in race 11. Scratch the 12, Corso's Pick, scratch 14, Agoo, scratch 15, Tap Anchor. A reminder, number 13, Gold Brick, will run. 13, Gold Brick draws into the race. Jockey change for the 11, Latta, Brian Hernandez Jr. 11, Latta, Brian Hernandez Jr.
Race number 6 started the late pick 5, the first of 5, or not late pick 5, excuse me. There's a later pick 5, which starts race 7. This is the all stakes pick 5, also beginning of the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3. So some key races ahead. Grade 2 Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel. And we are looking right now at my top pick. That's Bad Beat Brian for Morisco Brothers Racing and trainer Brittany Vandenberg. Here is a 6-year-old gelding who has suffered 2 very narrow defeats in his recent races at Keeneland. He almost beat the champion mare, Caravel, who will be offered later on at the Keeneland November sale as she gets ready to wrap up her career, it seems, at the Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita. But nonetheless, he has continued to hold extremely good form. Chris Amy knows this horse well, and I think today absolutely can be the day for him. That's Bad Beat Brian, the number 1 horse, 6-1 right now on the board for the 1 in the Woodford presented by FanDuel.
I've got a lot of respect for Bad Beat Brian. Put him second in here, but only because I wonder if that last race took a little bit of a toll. It's a horse that's always shown up, though, and whether he wins or not comes close and is easy to root for as he tries so hard at the age of 6, still going strong. Brittany Vandenberg has done a beautiful job with this, and her husband, Chris Amy, aboard, knows this horse so well. Maybe he can make amends on a couple near finishes here. 2 second-place finishes and 4 prior Keeneland outings, but my top choice is right next door. The 2, Live in the Dreams, currently the 3-1 favorite, a lukewarm favorite at that. And there are certainly some question marks, but first time in the United States for a European who has been first or second in 6 of 14 starts and 6 for 19 lifetime. Seems like he can handle just about anything from a pace standpoint as well as a surface standpoint. And he does come off a win at York that I thought was a very solid effort.
It absolutely was. The Nunthorpe Grade 1, Group 1 beat Highfield Princess, who has been one of the most consistent sprinters, and she's a filly over the course of the last several years. The number 8 horse is where I go to next. That is Our Shot for John Terranova. Recently 3rd in the Harvey Pack Stakes at Saratoga. Back in the spring here at Keeneland of this year, he was an impressive winner by 3 lengths, and that was a late audible to bring him here to Keeneland because if my memory serves correctly, there was a cancellation of racing up in New York, but John Terranova called that audible while the horse was even shipping, if I'm not mistaken, and it all worked out in the end. So you've got to respect this gelding. He's been stakes tested twice since then, once at Monmouth Park, and obviously that race at Saratoga, as I mentioned. He certainly is a big contender in here at a price. 8-1 right now on the 8 Our Shot.
And then the 9 Coffee Maker, rounding out my top contenders, is getting bet a little bit. He's down to 4-1 right now. Luis Saez, right back on board for Wesley Ward, has ridden him to 2 consecutive wins at Churchill and then off the layoff at Saratoga last out in an eye-catching performance. He was expected to win, but I don't know if anybody expected him to open up the way he did through such fast fractions. He's very, very quick, and I think one of the only horses in here who owns a win on the Keeneland dirt. She actually broke her maiden in her debut at Keeneland, going 4.5 furlongs on the dirt. So you know she's quick. I don't know that that's the most desirable style for the way the course has been playing, but I do know she's a very gifted filly, and as she meets maybe a little bit tougher company here in graded stakes company, has to be respected.
Yeah, she nearly beat her stablemate Twilight Gleaming in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf at Del Mar after narrowly being beaten in the Indian Summer against boys back in October of 2021. And she's a filly. She can be a bit sensitive as far as when they saddle her. That's why Wesley Ward brings her over with a saddle already on. Now that's just a placeholder as they'll put the jockey's saddle, Luis Saez, aboard her. So she has yet to be saddled up. Typically, in the times that we've seen her saddled here at Keeneland, it'll happen over by the trees in the secondary position of the paddock here at Keeneland, and she walks right by me. Perhaps they're going to give her another lap before they go ahead and take care of that. But we'll keep an eye on Coffee Maker and see how she acts as she gets set for her 4th start. Actually, they're going to bring her into one of the all-weather stalls and saddle her up, and that's where she's going right now. So they'll take that saddle off, and then the tack is there with the valet to put on Coffee Maker, who certainly is a strong contender. Very good race coming up. Started the all-stakes pick 5. Don't forget there is another pick 5 opportunity in race number 7, but this is going to be a wonderful renewal of the Grade 2 Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 27th running of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Grade 2. 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed firm. That temporary rail down today. Double pick 3, late pick 5. Wagering here, in fact, an all stakes pick 5. Keeneland turf pick 3 gets underway here. Races 6, 8, and 10 comprise that particular wager. Corrected weight for the 9 Coffee Maker, 117 pounds. 117 carried by the 9 Coffee Maker. Post time 5 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Bad Beat Brian, owned by Marsico Brothers Racing, trained by Brittany Vandenberg, the jockey, Chris Amy. 2, Live in the Dream, owned by Jolene and Steve DeLamos, trained by Adam West. Sean Curran is up. 3, Let My People Go, owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, the trainer Victoria Oliver, jockey John Velasquez. Number 4, Eyewitness, owned by Westerberg Limited of Michael Kussner, Mrs. John Magner, Jonathan Poland, Derek Smith, Michael Tabor. The trainer is Wesley Ward, the jockey, Jose Ortiz. Number 5 is Arzak, owned by Sonata Stable of Mark Tacker, trained by Mike Trombetta. Joel Rosario is the jockey. 6, Olympic Runner, owned by Gary Barber, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 7, Coppola, owned by Hammer Time Stable of Michael Karras, trained by Dale Romans, jockey Martin Garcia. Number 8, Our Shot, owned by Gatsis Stables of Mike Gatsis, owned by Steve Schoenfeld and John Terranova, trained by John Terranova. Jockey is Tyler Gaffalione. Number 9, there's Coffee Maker, owned by Gregory Kaufman, trained by Wesley Ward. Luis Saez is up. Number 10, Foxtrot Anna, owned by Kamud and Rakesh Sakan, trained by Justin Wojcinski. Farron Peterson to ride. 11, Beer Can Man, owned by Little Red Feather Racing of Billy Koch, Matacat Stables LLC of Saul Kuhman, Sterling Stables LLC of Kevin Bogart, the trainer Phil D'Amato, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Number 12, Kavod, owned by Blackhawk Stable of James Rogers, Mach 1 Racing of Michael Robinson, trained by Chris Hartman, Francisco Arrieta to ride. Post time, 3 minutes.
Winner of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel Best Turned Out Award, is Fernando Hernandez from the Vicky Oliver Barn, groom of number 3, Let My People Go. Well done, Fernando. Winner of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel Best Turned Out Award.
Looking right now at the rail horse, that's Bad Beat Brian. I spoke to Bad Beat Brian's trainer, Brittany Vandenberg, talked about those narrow defeats here. She said, don't remind me, but obviously you've got to have a lot of encouragement coming in here. And she says that he's been training as best as he has this year. He's very into his training, and her husband, Chris Amy, is her regular rider for most of the horses in which she rides. So it's a husband and wife team here. Chris Amy, the jockey, the trainer, Brittany Vandenberg. She said, I told Chris earlier today, get him out of there. Get him to go from post position number 1.
You can see that Chris has given him a good warm-up, and Bad Beat Brian taking a hold of the bit a little bit, but is pulling up here. I think it was a little bit of a surprise that he wound up on the lead by himself in the turf sprint last time out. There were others who had a lot of speed, and then suddenly they just didn't show up. But, boy, he showed some heart and courage and hung on. It was a tough beat last time around by a neck. He's been true to his name, that's for sure. sure. Hard not to cheer for a horse like this. Bad Beat Brian looks every bit as good as he's done in any of his top efforts.
He is always seemingly a big price, it seems, and he always shows up. So don't be discouraged by 7-1 on the board for a horse that makes a lot of sense in here. There's the 2-horse Live in the Dream. Not the biggest gelding, European-type body style. Came out without the pony. They don't typically use ponies when it comes to races in Europe, and that's the case here. And you can see him out there warming up. He looks well. Again, he's not the biggest gelding. He's a chestnut, but his form is very big on paper.
But he's very handy-looking, very athletic and well-balanced. And I love the fact that in doing something completely different, in a very different environment, he's been all business, very, very professional, showing a lot of class. Comes off that win at York against very good company and did what he needed to do. He got a little warm before that race, according to the footnotes, and this time he looks like he's holding his composure really well. I love the fact that he's been consistent throughout his career, 6 for 19 lifetime.
I would imagine he feels right at home with these cool temperatures here in Lexington on this afternoon. It had been a warm summer in Europe. That perhaps had quite a bit to do with the sweating that he encountered last time out. The number 5 horse, Arzak, for Mike Trembetta and Sonata Stables. Joel Rosario, always a fit in these stakes races, and he comes off of a win at Saratoga a month and a half ago.
I had to throw him into the mix. I thought he was in a little bit tough off of his form, but he has come up with some good races against good company from time to time, and he looks exceptional, glowing like a copper penny and doing absolutely nothing wrong. He's a horse that's a looker at a big price, and I also thought that 10 Foxtrot Anna, who would have to run much faster than he's run before, really looked sharp. Both those horses, big prices, looking super out on the track.
Crossing over to the turf course for the Grade 2 Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel.
Horses are moving into line for race 6. Start of the All-Stakes Pick 5, 27th running of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Grade 2. Eyewitness moves into line. Foxtrot Anna is in. Beer Can Man and Arzak coming forward. Olympic runner into line. Kavod, the last one. At the post. Off in the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. And there goes Foxtrot Anna, Coffee Maker, Live in the Dream, has early speed, now takes the lead. Bad Beat Brian is away running in 4th. Beer Can Man is 5th. Arzak is in 6th. Our Shot 7th on the outside. Let My People Go is 8th. Olympic Runner is in 9th. Kavod is 10th up on the outside, caught wide to the far turn. And then further back it is Coppola, who runs next to last. And Eyewitness is 12th and last. 20.97 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Foxtrot Anna right alongside of Live in the Dream. These two matching strides around the far turn. A gap of 4 lengths. Bad Beat Brian tries to pick them up from 3rd. Coffee Maker 4th. Arzak is 5th. The rest have a lot of running to do. Already the leader past the quarter pole. Live in the Dream has opened up here by 2 lengths. Coming into the final furlong, Bad Beat Brian, then Arzak. Now Arzak is running fast on the outside. Live in the Dream still has the lead though. And Arzak running out of time. Here comes Arzak again. Arzak this time running by for the lead for Joel Rosario. Beer Can Man is running late center of the course. Arzak to win the Woodford, presented by FanDuel.
What a wicked pace set by the European invader. Live in the Dream, 20-4 for the opening quarter, 43-3. But that early pace starts to catch up with him, and who's there to take advantage of it? It's the number 5 horse, Arzak and Joel Rosario.
Talking about running up to his looks, this horse was glowing before and flying at the end. A very, very fast pace sets up perfectly for him, but you got to hand it to that pace setter. Live in the Dream hung in there until the very last part of the race. And then it's very close for the pace. Several horses charging late, including Beer Can Man. Not sure if he won the photo, but boy, he made a race out of it.
Arzak impressive here today. A son of Not This Time.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 5, Arzak, finished first. Number 8, Our Shot, was second. Number 11, Beer Can Man, third. Number 2, Live in the Dream, fourth. 5, 8, 11, 2, unofficial. Race 6 results official. 5, 8, 11, 2, the official results. The official winner of race 6, 27th running of the Woodford presented by FanDuel Grade 2, number 5, Arzak, owned by the Sonata Stable of Mark Tacker, trained by Mike Trombetta. The jockey Joel Basario, 2 wins today. Not this time the sire of Arzak, a 5-year-old, out of Delightful Melody by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by John Oxley. Keeneland September graduate Arzak. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute, 1.65 seconds. Presenting the trophy for the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Scott Hazelton presents To the Connections of Arzak.
Arzak with a furious finish in the Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel. The pace was insane, 20 and change, 43 and change. Do you have a sense they were going that fast out in front of you, Joel?
Just look like, he also had a little speed with the hang, and I look like in the backside, I was more further back than I want to, and it looked like they were really putting a good pace in front. I just, sit there and keep them in tension a little bit. We're going that 5 furlong, looked like the ground was a little quick today. So, and then he did it great after that.
How easy was it once he kicked it into high gear down the stretch?
Very easy for him. I rode him before this horse, and he tried really, really hard. I remember I rode him at Saratoga, and just got beat like that by Golden Paul, and he's a good horse.
Well done.
Thank you.
Joel Rosario for Mike Trombetta and Sonata Stables. Arzak, very impressive today in the Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. 43rd running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division. Double and pick 3 wagering. The All-Stakes pick 4 here. Also the first leg of that Keeneland Santa Anita Breeders' Cup Challenge pick 6. Track is fast. Turf is firm here at Keeneland. No changes in race 7. Looking ahead, no changes in the 8th race. Race 9, scratch the 2, Timberlake. Race 9, scratch the 2, Timberlake. 10th race, jockey for the 4 set piece, Tyler Gaffalione. 10th race, jockey for the 4 set piece, Tyler Gaffalione. And looking ahead to the 11th and final race, a reminder in race 11, scratch the 12, Corso's Pick, scratch the 14, Agoo, and scratch the 15, Tap Anchor. That's the 11th and final race. Scratch 12, Corso's Pick. Scratch 14, Agoo. Scratch 15, Tap Anchor. A reminder, number 13, Gold Brick will run. 13, Gold Brick draws into the race. And finally, jockey change on the 11, Lada, Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 11, Lada, the jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr.
perfect day. There is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Then beautiful, truly stunning.
Still coming. California Brown. Steals the goal.
To the Breeders' Cup World Championship.
Stakes races continue on Fall Star Saturday here at Keeneland Racecourse. Before we get to this race, $1.2 million, over $1.2 million bet into that All Stakes Pick 5. A reminder that race number 7 does start the All Stakes Pick 4 here today at Keeneland Racecourse as well. And we look forward to this one, the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Winning you're in for the filly and mare sprint division. Yagiri, the number 6 horse, 3-1 second choice right now, but she ran such a big race at Churchill Downs last time out. She wasn't that clean away from the gate. She stumbled, but boy, did she recover in a hurry to win that race at Churchill, the Open Mind Stakes. She beat Wicked Halo. She beat Fire on Time. I think if she can replicate that type of race here today, she'll be very tough in this race, and 5-2 is not a bad price with the form this filly has right now.
Yeah, and she is a filly who I think has really come a long way in terms of her mental composure. She used to get a little bit anxious, a little bit high-strung. Now, a bit more settled, relaxed, just kind of a seasoned pro, and I think that's been a real key. She showed a different dimension when she missed the break in the Open Mind in her last start and still recovered pretty quickly and won with ease, drawing away from the field. Now, this is certainly tougher competition, but I think that she deserves the benefit of the doubt. She has won in graded stakes company around 2 turns as a 3-year-old, and I really think with her speed, but now perhaps her ability to call an audible if necessary, Flavien Prat is going to have a lot underneath him.
Wicked Halo is the current even money favorite. She is a $1.3 million earner, and she's the most accomplished filly in this race, no question. She's accomplished here at Keeneland as well. She won the Lexus Raven Run Stakes last year as a 3-year-old filly, and she really hasn't missed a beat since. She was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, but last time out in the Open Mind, she was in striking position, but was never really able to pick it up. For the class that this filly has, I'm willing to give her a pass here today in the TCA Stakes.
Yeah, for sure. The return to Keeneland could make all the difference for her. She's definitely a horse for course, and every horse has an off day. I'm curious to see where Tyler Gaffalione places her in this race. From that inside post position, he might have to work a little harder to come up with a nice trip, but that said, she's a quality filly for sure. I thought the 5 Happy Soul was interesting, adding blinkers here for Wesley Ward. She's come close on a couple occasions in good company, including this race last year, in which she finished second to Slam. Now, she was a distant second, chasing all the way, but it wasn't a bad performance, all things considered. I think she might be a little bit better horse now, though she hasn't won. She has run into some good company. She's been running on the turf, and I love the return back to the main track for her with the addition of blinkers.
She's in the mix for that 3rd choice position. It's between the 4 and the 5, but it's clear who the top 2 are going to be from the public's perspective. Wicked Halo, the number 1 horse at even money, and then Yagiri We'll see if Yagiri can keep it rolling or if Wicked Halo can get some revenge here today in the Grade 2 TCA Stakes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 43rd running of the Thoroughbred Club of America, Grade 2, and a win in your end, Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, no changes. In race 7, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the All-Stakes pick 4, and also start of that Keeneland Santa Anita Breeders' Cup Challenge pick 6, first leg. Post time coming up in less than 5 minutes, no changes in race 7. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Wicked Halo, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, Steve Asmussen trains, and Tyler Gaffalione rides. 2, Fire on Time, owned by the Albaugh Family Stables LLC of Dennis Albaugh, trained by Dale Romans, jockey Martin Garcia. Number 3, Last Leaf, owned by the Monarch Stables Incorporated of Frank Bertolino, trained by Eddie Keneally. The jockey, Luis Saez. 4, Static Fire, owned by Silverton Hill LLC of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, Brian Lynch, the trainer, and Christian Torres, the jockey. 5, Happy Soul, owned by Gayla Rankin, trained by Wesley Ward, jockey John Velasquez. 6, Ugiri, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Tsunebumi Yoshihara, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, the jockey Flavian Pratt. And Be Like Water, number 7, owned by the St. George Farm Racing LLC of Ian Banwell, Victoria Oliver trains, Edgar Morales, the jockey. Post time in 3 minutes.
The winner of the Thoroughbred Club of America's Best Turned Out Award is Kelvin Cajon, the groom for number 3, Last Leaf from the Eddie Keneally barn. Congratulations, Kelvin, winner of the Thoroughbred Club of America Best Turned Out Award.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race. 43rd running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2. Win in your end, Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division. Start of the All-Stakes Pick 4. moving into line, race 7. Three more to load. Happy Soul goes in. Hugh Gary comes forward. Be Like Water. Last one, moving into line. At the post, and they are off. Awkward beginning for Be Like Water, who broke in the air. There goes Ugiri out for the lead. Happy Soul has early speed as well. Happy Soul moves up to challenge Ugiri. Wicked Halo away a close-up third down toward the inside. And then Last Leaf in fourth. Static Fire is fifth. Fire on Time is sixth, back toward the inside. And Be Like Water trails, running about 9 lengths off the lead as they head onto that far turn. Happy Soul and Ugiri go 1-2, separated by just a neck. The opening quarter in 22.12 seconds. Wicked Halo is third against the rail. Length and a half off the front pair. Now starts to move up a little closer, changing lanes. Here's Wicked Halo switching off the rail toward the outside. Just over a quarter mile to go. Happy Soul, Ugiri, Wicked Halo, 1, 2, 3. Last Leaf is in fourth. And then Static Fire, Fire on Time, Be Like Water last. Here's Wicked Halo up to challenge Ugiri. Wicked Halo and Ugiri going at it coming into the final furlong. Last Leaf is 5 lengths away. And then Fire on Time in fourth. Happy Soul drops back along the rail. Wicked Halo, a narrow lead. Ugiri fights on, though. Ugiri fighting back to the inside of Wicked Halo. Wicked Halo and Ugiri, these two down to the line. Head-bobbing photo for the win in the Thoroughbred Club of America.
Well, it was the matchup we were hoping for in today's Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes, and Wicked Halo, she put a good head in front of Ugiri, but the gameness of this Shackelford filly on the far side battles back and makes this the closest finish we've seen in a while.
2 grand fillies matching stride for stride, and right at the wire, I don't know, did the inside get her nose down? This one is so very, very close. It's a shame to see anyone have to lose that type of a photo.
This next angle may give us our best perspective at this point in time. Outside, back bobbing to the inside as they run to the wire together.
Oh.
Maybe Ugiri, but too close to call in the TCA.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. In the photo for the win, number 6, Ugiri, finished first. Number 1, Wicked Halo, was second. Number 3, Last Leaf, third. Number 2, Fire on Time, fourth. 6-1-3-2, unofficial. Keeneland's 7th race, 43rd running of the Thoroughbred Club of America, Grade 2, and a win in your end Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division. Number 6, Ugiri, the winner, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Sunabumi Yoshihara, who bred the winner in Kentucky. 2 wins today for trainer Rodolphe Brisset, a riding triple for Flavien Prat. Ugiri, 4-year-old filly by Shackelford, out of Usaru by Medaglia d'Oro. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.44 seconds. Results of race 7 official. 6-1-3-2, the official results. Now the trophy presentation for the Thoroughbred Club of America. Win on your end. Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division race, presenting the trophy on behalf of the Thoroughbred Club of America President Charlie Bowden, presenting to the connections of Ugiri, number 6.
In one of the most thrilling races that you'll see this year, I promise you that. Ugiri takes the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes. Rudy Brisset and Flavien Prat getting the win. She gets passed by a quality filly like Wicked Halo. How were you able to keep her into the race and get her back and surge back late in the way that she did, Flavien?
Yeah, no, she was really game today. I just felt that when Wicked Halo went by us and took the lead, it felt like she wasn't done yet, and she was just getting going. So I kept pedaling, and she was really game and brave today.
Did you know you got it?
No, not really.
Well, you did, and well done. Job well done, Flavien.
Thank you very much.
Rudy, the way that she's won her last 2 races, she bobbles, quickly recovers at Churchill, and then to win this way, how would you describe the grit that this filly has?
I mean, I don't have to describe much. I mean, she just showed it, she just big heart, and she fought all the way to the wire and got her nose down. This one is sweet, That's my first stakes in Keeneland.
How does it feel?
Good. We're home here, and we love Keeneland. We support Keeneland, and the fact to be able to win one like this here, it means the world.
How much does the pressure ramp up, though, after these 2 performances moving towards the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint?
Well, I mean, we've been in the game for long enough. We know how to act ourselves. So, I mean, a little pressure, but we got to check her first and then make some plan and then see what happens. I think, it's a big one for sure, and we may be coming.
Congratulations on your first stakes win and a huge one you'll remember forever here at Keeneland.
Yeah, well, we carry her to the wire too, so trust me, I don't remember.
Ugiri's so game in today's Grade 2 TCA.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also start of the late pick 4. The turf is listed firm. The main track is fast. There are no changes in the upcoming 8th race. Looking ahead to the 9th, a reminder, 9th race, scratch the 2 Timberlake. That's the 9th race, scratch the 2 Timberlake. 10th race, a reminder, the jockey for the 4 Set Piece, Tyler Gaffalione. That's the 10th race, number 4 Set Piece, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 11th and final race, scratch the 12 Corso's Pick, scratch 14 Agu, scratch 15 Tap Anchor. That's the 11th and final race, scratch 12 Corso's Pick, Scratch 14, Agoo. Scratch 15, Tap Anchor. A reminder, number 13, Gold Brick, draws into the race. 13, Gold Brick will run. And there's a jockey change on the 11, Latta, Brian Hernandez Jr. 11, Latta, Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey.
Grade 1 First Lady Stakes presented by UK Healthcare, the first of 3 Grade 1s on this Fall Star Saturday. And no surprise that in Italian, the brilliant miler for Chad Brown and Peter Brandt is the favorite right now at odds of 4 to 5. And that's the difference between her effort here today versus the last race in which she was defeated by White Beam in the latter stages of that race. That was an extra furlong further, an eighth of a mile further, in which White Beam needed to reel her in. And in Italian, it gets back to a mile, back to Keeneland, where we've seen her pick up Grade 1s in the past, including the Jenny Wiley back in the spring, as well as the First Lady presented by UK Healthcare this time last year. I just think that this all shapes up to let her strut her mile speed here today in this Grade 1 for Chad Brown and Peter Brandt.
You know, absolutely, the distance could make a world of difference here, but from a pace standpoint, she is the controlling speed with only one other horse who really could try to match strides with her early in the 6th. This Name Is Okay. Doesn't seem that This Name Is Okay could run with her quite far enough to make an impact, and it seems like an Italian really thrives on competition. She's just naturally gifted. Going back to this mile distance, off the layoff in particular, I think makes a lot of difference too. And she's run some of her top efforts, including that win in the Jenny Wiley, when she's come in fresh. So it seems by design that she's landed in this spot with some time in between races, and I can't hold that defeat against her. She looks really, really tough. Though that takes nothing away from her stablemate. The 2 White Beam has to be respected here as well. She could just be coming to hand and hasn't really had the opportunity besides her one start in the United States, her first start, to try this mile distance. She seemed to really need every bit of the mile and an eighth of the Diana to get past In Italian, but think how good In Italian was on that day. Steady improvement in each of her 3 starts since coming from overseas for Chad Brown. She kind of looks like the type of horse that's going to continue to flourish. And if she takes another step forward, the distance might not be a factor. She could be very tough. Certainly Flavian Pratt is having a day and looks to carry the momentum from that last race forward with White Beam.
That's the one thing about Chad Brown and his turf fillies. There's always the one top horse, but there's always ones looming behind, and White Beam looks as though she's the closest as far as In Italian, and obviously beat her last time out. There's always this next wave of recruits, so to speak, when it comes to the Chad Brown fillies in this Distaff Turf division. Also, the number 4 horse, Jumbly, has to be respected. She's 7-1 right now, comes over from Ireland for Joseph O'Brien, owned by Doreen Tabor. This is a Glen Eagles filly who is bred by Miss Rothschild, and she's 0 for 4 this year, but she has danced in the deep waters. She ran at Royal Ascot and the Duke of Cambridge, 4th that day behind Rogue Millennium. She's made 1 trip over here to the States and ran well, but most notably and most recently in the Group 1 Matron Stakes at Leopardstown in Ireland, she ran behind Tahira, who's the best female turf horse in the world right now, 4-time Group 1 winner overseas. So you've got to respect that form, and she's got to take a jump forward. But Johnny Velasquez had himself quite a day yesterday and always tends to here at Keeneland.
And I think that Jumbly benefits from firm ground today. When she raced last at Leopardstown, the going was good. She came over and ran really actually very well in the Boston Spa. Granted, a little bit easier competition than what she's facing here. Finished 3rd, but she was kind of up against it, spotting the field 10 lengths in what wasn't necessarily a lightning fast pace. She did everything but win, finishing 3rd, beaten just half a length for all of it. And I don't think it was a product of the distance so much as the fact that she found herself so far behind at a pretty big midpoint of the race before she was able to kind of get uncorked and get free to the outside to close willingly. That type of a move in this field might be enough to get up in time, even at the mile distance.
Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare, featured some of the best in the Grade 1 division with the fillies on the turf course. That comes up next in less than 12 minutes here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 26th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Grade 1, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile over the firm turf. Double pick 3 and late pick 4 wagering. No changes in race 8. Post time less than 5 minutes. Now the post parade for the Grade 1 First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Number 1 is Gina Romantica, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey. Tyler Gaffalione. 2, White Beam, races for Juddmonte to Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey. Flavian Pratt. 3, In Italian, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey. Joel Rosario. 4, Jumbly, owned by Doreen Tabor, trained by Joseph O'Brien, John Velasquez, the jockey. 5, Gam's Mission, owned by Lazy F Ranch of Cornelia Corbett, trained by Cherie DeVoe. Adam Beskitsa will ride. 6, This Name Is Okay, owned by Selvine Hernandez Cano, trained by Steve Cooper, jockey. Joe Rocco Jr. 7, New Year's Eve, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani, owned also by Mark DeTample, Fergus Galvin. Brendan Walsh trains, Luis Saez rides. Number 8, Evie Jets, owned by the estate of Robert J. Amendola, trained by Murtan Camarachi. Jose Ortiz is up. Post time less than 3 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 26th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. Grade 1, start of the late pick 4. New Year's Eve comes forward. Evie Jets, the last to load. They are at the post. And they're off at the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare. In Italian comes out for the early lead. White Beam is there to her inside, but In Italian starts to move up with the lead into the first turn. This Name is okay. Moves forward toward her outside. White Beam quickly gets down next to the rail. In third, Jumbly is alongside of her, forwardly placed between horses. In fourth, Gina Romantica from the inside starting spot hugs the rail. In fifth, Evie Jet sixth to her outside. Gam's Mission is seventh, and New Year's Eve is last of the 8 heading onto the backstretch. 23.4 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. In Italian, the leader. In Italian has the lead 3/4 of a length midpoint of the back stretch. This Name is okay. Goes second, Jumbly between horses. And then White Beam, who's right there down toward the inside, just a length and a half off the lead. Then a gap of 2 more to Evie Jets, moves up 1 spot into fifth. Gina Romantica now responds to her inside. And Gam's Mission and New Year's Eve at the back. 46.8 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Onto the far turn. In Italian, a lane off the rail, has the lead by a length. Jumbly tries to move up out of a crowd, out of that battle for second, secures the second spot, at least for now, by a neck. White Beam is saving the ground around the far turn, down toward the inside. There's a 1/4 mile to go, and In Italian is the leader. White Beam looks toward the rail. Jumbly looks toward the outside. Evie Jets and then Gina Romantica. In Italian leads. In Italian leads it by 2.5. Gina Romantica comes from the outside, and then Evie Jets between that pair. In Italian, Gina Romantica runs on from the outside. In Italian, Gina Romantica is right alongside. Gina Romantica and Tyler Gaffalione getting up by a neck to win it.
Well, what a furious finish from Gina Romantica at odds of 11-1 with all the attention on the other Chad Brown fillies in here. She was overlooked a bit, but it's tough to overlook her grade 1 ability here at Keeneland especially.
Well, always a mistake to overlook a Chad Brown runner, that's for sure. But In Italian did everything but win in this case, running in spurts at different times. Gina Romantica comes up with that late kick that we've seen be successful over the course of the meet here, and a big win for Tyler Gaffalione.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 1, Gina Romantica, finished first. Number 3, In Italian, was second. Number 8, Ebby Jets, third. Number 2, White Beam, fourth. 1382, unofficial. Results of race 8, official, 1382, the official results. The official winner of race 8, the 26th running of the First Lady, presented by UK Healthcare, Grade 1. Number 1, Gina Romantica. Owned by Peter Brandt and trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Gina Romantica, 4-year-old filly by Into Mischief, out of Special Me by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall, Carrie Brogdon, and Craig Brogdon. Gina Romantica, Keeneland $1 Million September graduate, gets the 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 33.7 seconds. Presenting the trophy for the First Lady, Dr. Chipper Griffith, Dean of the University of Kentucky College of Medicine, presenting to the connections of Gina Romantica. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating owner Peter Brandt, whose win with Gina Romantica in today's First Lady earns for him a Keeneland tray as part of Keeneland's signature Milestone Trophy program. Congratulations to Mr. Brandt.
Gina Romantica, 2 for 2 and 2 grade ones as she picks up the First Lady presented by UK Healthcare, and Chad Brown, his 7th win and 6 in a row in the First Lady. This time with this man, Tyler Gaffalione, you were back. The pace was honest from In Italian. What was your mindset as things were setting up for you?
First off, all the credit goes to Chad and his team. She fired big for us today, and thank you, Mr. Brandt, for giving me this opportunity. But, you know, she broke good. She traveled so great throughout. Didn't really have to take too much of a hold. She was very comfortable where she was. And coming in the stretch, once I found room towards the outside, she really exploded and finished the job really well.
Congratulations, Tyler.
Thanks so much.
A massive effort from Gina Romantic. The $1 million Keeneland sales grad takes the Grade 1 First Lady presented by UK Healthcare.
Keeneland's 9th race upcoming. 110th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, Grade 1, win and you're in, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. Scratch the 2 Timberlake. Number 2 Timberlake is scratched. Main track is fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Looking ahead to the 10th race, the jockey for the 4 set piece, Tyler Gaffalione. 10th race, number 4 set piece, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. 11th and final race, scratch the 12, Corso's Pick, scratch the 14, Agoo, and scratch the 15, Tap Anchor. That's the 11th and final race, scratch the 12, Corso's Pick, scratch the 14, Agoo, scratch the 15, Tap Anchor. A reminder, number 13, Gold Brick, draws into the race. Number 13, Gold Brick, will run. And a jockey change on the 11, Lada, Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 11, Lada, jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Getting ready for the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. The favorite Locked on the outside will draw post position number 9. Load in there even money right now just to click up from 4 to 5. But both Kate and I like the 3-horse Awesome Road. Brad Cox tried the same thing this time last year with a little horse by the name of Loggins, who pushed the champion 2-year-old, eventual champion 2-year-old Forte to the limit in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. And he came into that race last year, the Grade 1, off of just one run. Awesome Road doing the exact same thing here today. And he was very impressive last time out, especially considering Stronghold, the horse he beat, came right back out of that race to win on the 1st of October at Churchill in impressive fashion.
You know, there's nothing to knock about Awesome Road off of that victory and the way he looks physically. Though, the scratch of the 2 Timberlake, there's really only 2 horses who are likely to be on the lead. On the stretch out, that's the 3 Awesome Road and the 9 Locked. And I'm just a little concerned because given the way this race comes together and the way previous races have been run all day long, you wonder if you really want to be on the front. And if either one of these horses ends up locked up with one another, it could prove a tall order here at the mile and a 16th. That said, I think Awesome Road may be a little more dimensional than Locked, who I think from the outside is going to be forced to have to try to get position early. He has all the right ingredients and looks, but I will say Locked is a real stately looking son of a gun runner who was pretty impressive himself, winning a 1-mile maiden special weight in only his second start. Distance was definitely in his bailiwick, and I do think that he is a real interesting horse as well, though even money seems awfully short in a field like this that's loaded with talent. Rounding out the top 3 that you and I both like, the Wine Steward, is stretching out to a route by Vino Rosso out of a To Honor and Serve mare. Certainly seems like he should love the mile and a 16th, and he's undefeated in 3 starts. He's the horse that can sit the stalking trip, I would imagine, and while he is definitely taking a class step up from the funny side, he has answered every question thus far, continues to do everything right, and a very strong angle going sprint to route for trainer Mike Maker.
Just 10 minutes to post. It is the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, a Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 110th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Grade 1, a win in your end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division race. 2-year-olds at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 2 Timberlake. Number 2 Timberlake is scratched double, and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time at just 3 minutes. Now the post parade. Number 1, the Wine Steward, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by David Staudiker, trained by Mike Maker. The jockey is Luis Saez. 2 is scratched. 3 is Awesome Road, owned by the Albaugh Family Stables LLC of Dennis Albaugh, owned also by Donegal Racing of Jerry Crawford. Brad Cox, the trainer, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Number 4, Baytown Chatterbox, owned by the Baytown Partnership of Cheryl McEntee, owned by Resolute Racing Alliance LLC of Alyssa Trewitsky, trained by Paul McEntee, Jane Elliott, the jockey. Number 5, West Saratoga, races for owner Harry Verrucci, trainer Larry Demerit, jockey Gerardo Corrales. 6, Generous Tipper, owned by Walking L Thoroughbreds LLC of Scott Leeds. The trainer, Kenny McPeak. The jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 7, Just Steel, owned by BC Stables LLC, John Bellinger and Brian Quello. Trained by D. Wayne Lucas. The jockey, Joel Rosario. Number 8, Northern Flame, owned by John Oxley, owned by Harold Lerner, LLC of Harold Lerner, AWC Stables of Wayne Cutler, the trainer, Kenny McPeak, jockey, Julian Leperoux. And number 9, Locked, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, owned also by Walmack Farm of Gary Broad, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey, Jose Ortiz. Post time, less than 3 minutes.
The winner of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Best Turned Out Award is Sergio Popica, groom for number 3, Awesome Road from the Brad Cox team. Congratulations, Sergio, Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Best Turned Out Award winner.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 110th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, Grade 1, Win and You're In, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. Northern Flame goes in, so does Baytown Chatterbox. West Saratoga comes forward. Locked. The last to load. And they're at the post. They're off in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. There goes Northern Flame from the outside. Baytown Chatterbox with West Saratoga. In between that pair, West Saratoga moves up for the lead. Baytown Chatterbox goes second. Northern Flame is third up on the outside. Locked will be wide into the first turn. Just Steel moves up a lane off the rail into fourth. Just outside of the Wine Steward in fifth. Locked is 3 wide around the turn near the back here early on in sixth. Awesome Road to his inside is in seventh, and Generous Tipper last of the 8. Just Steel determined to move forward from between horses and get the lead. 24.47 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Just Steel moves up a lane off the rail, has the lead 3/4 of a length. Baytown Chatterbox second a half length. West Saratoga goes third by a length. Northern Flame, center of the track, is in fourth. The Wine Steward moves up 1 spot to his inside. Locked travels toward the outside, still 5 lengths off the lead, back in the 6th position, midpoint of the back straightaway, and then comes Awesome Road. That first half mile went in 48.23 seconds. Generous Tipper last onto the far turn. Baytown Chatterbox moves up the inside and challenges Just Steel. These two matching strides as they move onto the turn. West Saratoga moves into contention, and the Wine Steward is carefully trying to pick his way through traffic. A lane off the rail, now 2 lanes off the rail. Here comes Locked, swinging wide with Northern Flame, a 1/4 mile to go. The Wine Steward with Locked moving up on the outside, and Northern Flame in between that pair, top of the short stretch. Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. The Wine Steward is responding to the inside. Generous Tipper goes to third. The Wine Steward responding to the challenge so far. Here's Locked right alongside. Locked, the Wine Steward, it is Locked to win the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity for Jose Ortiz. What a weekend for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners.
And what a weekend for the Candy Ride sire line. Yesterday it was candied by Candy Ride. This time it's his son Gunrunner, the sire of Locked, who came wide off the turn. Locked horns with the Wine Steward, who was very game down on the inside. He battled back as much as he could, but just inching away is Locked for Todd Pletcher and Jose Ortiz.
2 heavy hitters exchanging punches through the stretch, matching stride for stride and nose for nose, and never wanting to give an inch. Locked proves toughest at the wire, but boy, Wine Steward picked his way through the field to make a real horse race out of it.
9-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race. Number 9, Locked, finished first. Number 1, The Wine Steward, was second. Number 6, Generous Tipper, third. Number 8, Northern Flame, fourth. 9168, unofficial. Race 9, results official. 9168, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's ninth race, 110th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Grade 1 Win and You're In Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division race. Number 9, Locked, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, owned also by the Walmack Farm of Gary Broad, trained by Todd Pletcher, Jose Ortiz, the jockey. Locked, a 2-year-old son of Gun Runner out of Luna Rosa by Malibu Moon. The winner bred in Kentucky by Rosa Colasanti. The Keeneland September graduate Locked gets a mile and a 16th in 1 minute 45.06 seconds over the fast main track. Now the trophy presentation for the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Claiborne, Walker, and Courtney Hancock, presenting to the connections of Locked.
Locked gives Todd Pletcher another grade 1 this weekend, Fall Stars weekend. This time the Claiborne Futurity, Breeders' Futurity, and this time he's had that two race experience and two-turn experience under his belt. How much do you think that came into play, Todd?
Well, he's a colt we always felt like the further the better. We kind of got a little bit of two-turn experience in that sort of two-turn mile race at Saratoga, which is always a difficult race. But I thought he was super impressive at Saratoga, and he's just been a colt that's done everything right since day one.
How much does a young colt like this get out of an effort like this, given the battle that the Wine Steward gave him?
Yeah, you'd like to think it moves him forward. He was hung out very wide on both turns. He didn't have a really easy trip, but he's talented enough to overcome it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Todd Pletcher, the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, Walmack Farm, as well as Jose Ortiz take the grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity.
Keeneland's 10th race upcoming, 38th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile, Grade 1. Win and you're in Breeders' Cup Mile Division. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Turf is firm. Jockey for the 4-set piece will be Tyler Gaffalione. 4-set piece, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Looking ahead to the 11th and final race, scratch the 12 Corso's Pick, scratch the 14 Agoo, scratch 15 Tap Anchor. That's the 11th and final race. Scratch the 12 Corso's Pick, scratch 14 Agoo, scratch 15 Tap Anchor. A reminder, number 13 Gold Brick draws into the race. 13 Gold Brick will run. Also the jockey change, 11 Lada, Brian Hernandez Jr. will ride. Number 11 Lada, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. In Keeneland's upcoming 10th race, please note that number 2, Indestructible. There will be a change of equipment today. Number 2, Indestructible, ran with cheek pieces last start on August 1st, but will not have them today. Change of equipment for the 2, Indestructible, ran with cheek pieces last out, but not today.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
The $1 million Grade 1 Coolmore Mile is in front of us, less than 10 minutes to post. Even money on Master of the Seas for Godolphin coming back to America off of that Grade 1 success in the Woodbine Mile. I go to the 5-horse Up to the Mark, though. This is a horse that ran big in the Maker's Mark Mile, caught behind a relatively slow pace for that kind of quality and caliber of field. And I think that connections to learn from that. They're going to worry about their horse and not the Godolphin runner in that race as they perhaps did with Modern Games that day. But Up to the Mark, he's the best older handicap turf horse in America that we have, and I think he lives up to that here today, the son of Not This Time in Keeneland grad.
He certainly has been remarkable in his most recent starts and now comes in off a freshening, keep the momentum going for Todd Pletcher and Jose Ortiz for sure. I went to the one Master of the Seas who was impressive at Woodbine and the Woodbine Mile. His first start back in North America after winning by easy 4 lengths and good to soft going at Ascot. His races have been spaced out well. He has that wide sweeping move, and in talking to William Buick after the race, he said he really could have won by more, but he was always keeping Cheryl Spite in his sights and making sure that he didn't make the lead too early. I think Master of the Seas with a similar type of sweeping move is going to be very, very tough.
He is very easy to endorse here today against this group. And Annapolis, the Ramona Bass Racing, bred and owned colt by Warfront. He won this race last year, the Group 1 Grade 1 Coolmore Mile. It didn't quite have a good trip from an outside draw in the Breeders' Cup, but he's come back with a win at Churchill in the opening verse. Recently ran at Kentucky Downs. Back to the flat surface that he'll have here at Keeneland, and obviously, of course, he's good at. I think that we'll see a return of top form for Annapolis, who's a great price. He's 9-2.
Also a Todd Pletcher runner with Flavian Pratt aboard. He was right behind Casa Greed, who arguably was at the top of the division in those back-to-back races at the 1 mile distance. And of any horse in the race, I think he has a little bit of a horse-for-course advantage as well as an advantage at this 1 mile distance.
It's the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile, $1 million on the line here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th race, 38th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile Grade 1 Win and You're In Breeders' Cup Mile Division race. 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile over the firm turf. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. A reminder, the jockey for the 4 set piece, Tyler Gaffalione. And change of equipment today for the 2 Indestructible. No cheek pieces today for the 2. Post time 3 minutes. Now let's meet the starters for the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. Number 1 is Master of the Seas, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Charlie Appleby, James Doyle, the jockey. Number 2, Indestructible, owned by Ammo Racing USA of Kiavish Yorobshin, and Rachel O'Callaghan also owns Indestructible, which is trained by Jorge Delgado. Ricardo Santana Jr. is the jockey. Number 3, Stitched, owned by Nathan McCauley, Michael Olszewski, William Minton, trained by Greg Foley, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 4, Set Piece, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Brad Cox, jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 5, Up to the Mark, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, St. Elias Stable, Vincent Viola, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 6, English Bee, races for the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trainer Graham Motion, the jockey John Velasquez. 7, Atone, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Luis Saez. Number 8, Harlan Estate, owned by Graham Grace Stables of Adam Ainspan, trained by Whit Beckman, jockey Joel Rosario. And number 9, Annapolis, Bass Racing LLC of Perry Bass II, Todd Pletcher, the trainer Flavian Pratt, aboard. Post time in 2 minutes.
The winner of the Coolmore Turf Mile Best Turned Out Award is Jesus Guerrero, groom for number 9, Annapolis, from the Todd Pletcher team. Congratulations, Jesus, winner of the Coolmore Turf Mile Best Turned Out Award.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th race, 38th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile Grade 1. Win and you're in Breeders' Cup Mile Division. Set piece and a tone move into line. Here's Harlan Estate. Annapolis. All in line. They're at the post. And they're off in the Coolmore Turf Mile. There goes a tone from the outside. A tone with Indestructible there down toward the inside. And Stitched and Annapolis. Annapolis moves out in the center of the course. Here's Annapolis with Indestructible, determined to move up and challenge from the inside into the first turn. Stitched will go third. A tone flanks that one in fourth. And a gap of two. Harlan Estate, a lane off the rail fifth. English Bee back to the inside sixth. Up to the mark is side by side with Master of the Seas near the back of the pack. 7 lengths off the lead early on, to a gap of 2 more lengths back of that pair to Set Piece, who is ninth and last. 23.75 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Indestructible is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Annapolis second on the outside by the same margin. And then comes Stitched in third, 3/4 of a length, followed by a tone. English Bee, Harlan Estate, Master of the Seas, up to the mark next to last. Set Piece trails. First half mile, 47.31 seconds. Onto the far turn they go. Here's Annapolis drawing alongside of Indestructible. A tone seeks to join them, has to go toward the center of the course from third position. Stitched is up close, looking toward the inside in fourth. 2 lengths off the front duo. Master of the Seas has come up the rail, up to fifth. Now seeking to change lanes, still 4 lengths from the front. Annapolis, Master of the Seas, is bearing down from behind. Up to the mark is running late behind Master of the Seas. Set Piece down the center of the course. Master of the Seas alongside Annapolis, and up to the mark is coming on. Master of the Seas, up to the mark is there. Master of the Seas, head-bobbing photo, either Master of the Seas or up to the mark. One of those two in the Coolmore Turf Mile, 134.18.
What an adventurous journey for both of these runners. Master of the Seas down on the inside. He gets clear sailing at this point. Behind him, following, is up to the mark. They draw even with one another late in stretch. And this is another tight finish in this stakes-filled day here at Keeneland.
Advantage late to Master of the Seas, but I'm not sure if Up to the Mark didn't have his nose down right on the wire. Another look at it, Scott, and boy, Master of the Seas had to weave his way through on the inside, but looked as if he had the race won before Up to the Mark comes up to match him here in deep stretch. Powerful finish from both horses.
Very difficult to tell. Here is going to be one of our best angles to determine who takes this Grade 1 home. Master of the Seas on the inside, nose in front, the bob to the outside, inside. back to the outside.
Heartbreaker on the wire for somebody.
It's in the hands of the judges.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race in the photo for the win. Number 5, Up to the Mark, finished first. Number 1, Master of the Seas, was second. Number 4, Set Piece, third. Number 9, Annapolis, fourth. 5149, unofficial. Race 10, results official. 5149, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 10th race, the Coolmore Turf Mile Grade 1. A win in your end, Breeders' Cup Mile Division race. Number 5, Up to the Mark. Owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, St. Elias Stable of Vincent Viola, trained by Todd Pletcher and ridden by Jose Ortiz. As Todd Pletcher and Jose Ortiz go back-to-back in Grade 1s here. 3 straight Grade 1s today, won by Keeneland September graduates. Up to the Mark, second stakes winner of the day for Not This Time. Bell's Finale, the Dam by Go Sapper, the winner. Bred in Kentucky by Ram Spring Farm. The time for the 1 mile over the turf, listed firm, 1 minute 34.18 seconds. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The All-Stakes pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Trophy presentation upcoming. Now the trophy presentation for the Coolmore Turf Mile, a win in your end, Breeders' Cup Mile Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Coolmore is Dermot Ryan, presenting to the connections of Up to the Mark.
The Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile goes to Up to the Mark for Todd Pletcher and Jose Ortiz. And Jose, we had a first-hand view. You had the jockey cam on and watched you weave through traffic. What was it like being in that position and following Master of the Seas?
I was next to him almost the entire race, and James had a good opening around the 3-8 pole, and he went in the rail, so I decided to follow him and follow him as long as I could until the 8, but when I put him outside, he gave me a great run. It was a nice trip.
Well done.
Thank you.
Todd, it's tough to, I imagine, put into words what you just witnessed from this horse, but how much did you learn from the Grade 1 run with him here at Keeneland?
Well, you know, we probably made a mistake that day. Modern Games was a huge favorite, and I think we got caught up tactically in sort of what Modern Games was doing instead of just focusing on how Up to the Mark wanted to run. Got a great trip today. Jose made a very smart move in the middle of the turn when he decided to follow the one horse, and things split. But I mean, you got to give the horse a ton of credit to come back, you know, off a layoff since June, accelerate the way he did. He's a serious horse.
With the type of year he's had and the distances he's had, where's your mindset now as we move to the championships, the Breeders' Cup World Championships at Santa Anita, as far as a particular race for him?
Well, you know, I mean, he's a horse that can probably do anything. You know, he's showed today that he's a Grade 1 horse at a mile. He's showed that he's a Grade 1 horse at a mile and a quarter. So, you know, either race could work, the mile and a half. We'll just kind of see how he comes out of it and assess everything and make a decision. But, you know, it's great to have a horse that's that versatile.
Congratulations on all the Grade 1 success for you and your team here at Keeneland this weekend.
Thank you.
Todd Pletcher, Jose Ortiz, St. Elias Stables, Up to the Mark, brilliant in today's Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile.
Keeneland's 11th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Track is fast. Scratch the 12 Corso's Pick. Also scratch the 14 Agoo and scratch the 15 Tap Anchor. A reminder, number 13 Gold Brick draws into the race. 13 Gold Brick will run. And there's a jockey change on the 11 Lada, Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 11, Lada, the jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr.
11th and final here at Keeneland. Nash opens up as the even money favorite, the number 1 horse. More on him in a moment. I'm going to take a swing with the price horse in here. Hammerstein, the number 3 horse for Ammerman Racing, a colt by Oscar Performance. We had an Oscar Performance winner on dirt in one of the recent meets at Keeneland. He's not just all turf, even with the great success he's had with his turf runners so far. He's got a full brother who is a Southern Hemisphere winner. So the pedigree works with this mare. I'll take a swing with Hammerstein with some fast workouts as well over at Churchill Downs, ready for his debut, the 3 at 12-1.
I can't argue with Hammerstein. I actually had him second in the group off of Oscar Performance's success with first-time starters. I'd also say that he's got a lot of really solid works dating back to July to build for this, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him show a little speed. Looking at him, he's kind of a burly type of horse, a bulky type of horse that you wonder if he's fit, but you've seen a lot of Oscar Performances look like that and run huge, and Brian's pretty adept with these first-timers at 11%. So definitely live in here. The horse who took some early money and is my top choice, now up to 7-2, is the 5, Miyagi, for Wayne Catalano. Catalano's exceptional with young horses, and not this time. The sire of Miyagi, 20% with his 2-year-old first-timers. Fast works here at Keeneland. I'm hoping he runs up to those works as well as his looks in the paddock.
And not this time. That stallion has had a brilliant weekend here at Keeneland with so many top-class horses running. We'll see if he can add to it here with Miyagi. The number 7 horse, Booth, for Steve Asmussen. This is a very well-bred colt. He's from the first crop of Matoli for the Heilig Bros. They bought him earlier this year as a 2-year-old in training purchase for $225,000. He's a half-brother to Bright Future, a Keeneland grad and recent Grade 1 winner in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Now, his half-brother, the Grade 1 winner, Bright Future, was unraced at the age of 2, so it took him a bit of time to develop into what he is now. So it's encouraging that Steve Asmussen has this half-brother, colt by Matoli, rolling at the age of 2 here, and he is currently sitting at 6-1.
Striking looking individual is Booth, and a lot of good works in the morning for another trainer who can get them ready for sure. To the rail, Nash is the current 6-5 favorite. I've got him to round out my top 3. It's a half-brother to Spa City and Sarah Steele, really useful horses. Spa City, very consistent performer over time. Nash, homebred for Team Godolphin, has shown some works both at Turfway Park as well as Churchill Downs of late and is said to be training really well. And that might be part of the reason we're seeing such early money and heavy money at 6-5. I will say the inside post can be a little bit of a detriment for a first-time starter, but Flavian Pratt has been in the right spot at the right time consistently this meet.
Close to a rider's up call here for race number 11, the final race of this wonderful card we've had so far here at Keeneland on Fall Stars Saturday. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 11th and final race. The Catholic Boy, maiden special weight, 2-year-old, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch 12, Corso's Pick. Also scratch number 14, Agoo, and scratch the 15, Tap Anchor. A reminder, number 13, Gold Brick, draws into the race. Number 13, Gold Brick, will run. Jockey change for the 11, Lada, Brian Hernandez Jr. 11, Lada, Brian Hernandez Jr. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Post time 3 minutes away.
Winner of the Claiborne Best Turned Out Award for the 11th race is Denny Rodriguez, groom for number 9, Who's the King, from the Mark Cassey barn. Congratulations, Donnie Ramirez, Claiborne Best Turned Out Award winner.
We're front side for the 11th and final. There's a look at Kitty Hawk in the white and blue and white of BBN Racing, Big Blue Nation Racing, son of Not This Time, once again referring to that phenomenal stallion in the weekend that he's had. They've run this horse twice on turf. Now he moves over to dirt. Perhaps this will be something that wakes him up here today under Luis Saez.
Well, you know, he showed a little bit of speed on the turf and then faltered in the final strides, but certainly the pedigree suggests he can handle the switch. And this is a pretty good angle for trainer Vicky Oliver, going from turf to dirt, almost 19% winners. I will say I really like the looks of this individual. He's just a very happy horse who was moving nicely in the paddock and even nicer in the warm-up.
And Miyagi, the number 5 horse, in case you missed it from this morning, part of the Clocker Report. His workout out of the gate, 5 furlongs on the 22nd of September, 59 flat. He followed that up with an even better workout, a bull at 46-2. So the Clocker Report horse, Wayne Catalano telling me in the paddock that he couldn't be doing any better. And if he runs the way that he's worked, they'll have themselves in a good position.
If he runs the way he looks, they're going to be in great shape as well with Tyler Gaffleone. Really handsome, very professional. His neck was bowed from the moment he walked into the paddock, and through the entire saddling process, it looks as if he's warmed up perfectly beside his lead pony. I look for a big effort from him. They got to believe that maybe several horses in this field have been working really well, including the favorite Nash down on the inside.
Race number 11 closing in on post time here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Catholic Boy. Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 11th race. Scratch number 2, always into mischief. Keeneland's 11th race, late scratch. Scratch the 2, always into mischief. Scratch by the veterinarian. Windows remain open. Once again, horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Catholic Boy. Moving into line. Miyagi approaches the gate along with Poker Run. They both move into line. Latta goes in. Here's Kitty Hawk. Gold Brick, the last to load. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Booth out for the lead. Kitty Hawk is right there. Nash kicks in down toward the inside. Booth and then Nash in second. Kitty Hawk will go third. Starscape is fourth. Poker Run comes away fifth. Hammerstein sixth toward the inside. Gold Brick is seventh. Miyagi eighth down toward the rail as they head for the far turn. Latta is a wide ninth. Who's the King is back in the 10th position entering the far turn. Rappaport is last of the 11. Back up front. Field is being led to the turn by Booth. Opening quarter on the board at 22.45. Booth is the leader against the rail. Leads it by 2. Nash will go second toward the inside, but only by a neck. And then Kitty Hawk is third. Starscape is fourth. Miyagi is fifth. Now, Miyagi and Hammerstein, fifth and sixth, respectively, both 7 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Booth has opened up on a 4-length lead. Nash is giving chase, trying to cut into the margin from second. Kitty Hawk is third. Miyagi fourth. Starscape a wide fifth. Hammerstein is sixth. Into the final furlong, it is Booth. And Booth maintains a 4-length advantage back to Nash. Then Miyagi in third, followed by Kitty Hawk. Rappaport has come from the back of the pack to fifth, but well behind Booth. Booth has already passed the 16th pole. Booth and Ricardo Santana Jr. to win it. It'll be Nash across the line second. Rappaport made up a lot of ground to be third. And then further back, Miyagi was fourth and Goldbrick fifth.
What a future ahead for Booth, the son of Matoli, the half-brother Booth is to the Grade 1 winner. Bright future Grade 1 winner of their Jockey Club Gold Cup. And he did something that not many were able to do, Kate, and that is keep on going on the front end today at Keeneland on the dirt.
You'd see him getting just a little bit tired at the end, but he deserved to after running a sizzling performance early. Some very solid fractions. Poor Nash had to chase all the way around the racetrack, ran admirably in defeat, but no match for, I believe, the only true gate-to-wire winner of the afternoon on any surface.
And looks beautiful as the sun starts to set here at Keeneland Racecourse. Well done to Steve Asmussen and his team in the Heilig Broats and Ricardo Santana Jr.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 11th race. Number 7, Booth was first. Number 1, Nash was second. Number 4, Rappaport was third. Number 5, Miyagi was fourth. And number 13, Goldbrick was fifth. 7-1-4, 5-13 unofficial. Results of race 11 official 7-1-4, 5-13. The official results into the winner's circle race 11, the Catholic boy, number 7, Booth. Owned by William and Corinne Heilig-Broat, Jackpot Farm of Terry Green, Whispering Oaks Farm LLC of Carol Castile. Steve Asmussen trains 2 wins today for Ricardo Santana Jr. Booth, the 2-year-old son of Matoli, out of Sophia's Song by Bellamy Road, bred in Kentucky by Clear Sky Farms. Keeneland September graduate Booth, hitting 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.23 seconds. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 tomorrow. Post time, once again, 1 o'clock Eastern Time coming up tomorrow as Fall Stars weekend continues. Trophy presentation upcoming for race 11. And here's that trophy presentation now. The Catholic Boy Trophy presented by Mary and Thomas Ormsby, representing Claiborne. Mary and Thomas, happy anniversary. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening. One final note, the sports bar and mezzanine bar will remain open for simulcasting until 7:30 p.m., so you may advance wager any races occurring after that time. Thank you.